Hey, are you ever going to start this podcast you've been talking about for like forever?
Do you think that anyone will actually want to listen to something like this?
What is your plan for an introduction?
Are you sure you want to talk about these topics? People usually disagree.
3 hours? Are you crazy?
Do you think you're some kind of expert or something?
Are you planning to have an intro song?
What if a bunch of people get really mad and hate you over this?
Do you even know how to make a podcast?
Are you just doing this because you like to argue with people?
Don't let this be just one more thing that you talk about doing, but never actually do.
Wouldn't it be better to do just one episode for each topic?
Stop trying to change people's opinions. Just live your own life.
Dude, people are never going to agree. Just let it go.
Is this going to be a long intro? Because if it is, I'm bored already.
Podcast to ever exist. My guest today is Matt Patterson, but before I introduce him, I want to talk a little bit about socks. Coincidentally, Matt was wearing Emperor's New Groove socks when we recorded this episode, but that's not what I want to talk about at the moment. I had an epiphany, thanks to my adult son, about matching socks. I saw my son wearing socks that didn't match, and my first reaction was, "Hey man, nice socks." As he started to explain why he didn't care if they didn't match or not, I realized that I completely agreed with him. Normally, I don't agree with my son as he attempts to explain his reason for doing or not doing something, but in this case, he made a good point. The purpose of socks is for them to cover your feet. Most of the time, nobody is going to see what they look like because they will be inside your shoes. You might argue, yeah, but what if you want to take your shoes off around other people? Well, if you feel comfortable enough to remove your shoes around someone, this means that you, feel comfortable around them, which means that they are most likely people that you consider to be close to you. Therefore, you shouldn't be concerned about whether or not your socks match because these close friends of yours, if they truly are close friends, won't care. Anyway, after my son walked away, I started to wonder what the purpose of matching socks was. My first thought was that maybe it was so that you knew which two socks went together after they came out of the dryer. But then I realized that doesn't make sense because, again, what's the point of making sure they match when they come out of the dryer unless there's a purpose to them matching in the first place? Maybe it's a fashion thing? But again, do people really care about this? And if they do, are they that good of friends anyway? I had a guy tell me once that I was disgraceful because I was wearing white socks with black pants. He was disgusted with me. Maybe these are the kinds of people who care about that. I am no longer friends with this guy. I said that we all stop caring and wear whatever socks we want, and also excommunicating anyone who feels otherwise. Fight the power. We can do this. Now on to today's episode. As I already said earlier, my guest today is Matt Patterson. My family and I attended a church for about 5 years, and at that church, Matt was a pastor, youth leader, and worship leader. That's a triad, a trilogy, a trifecta. It pretty much makes him the Orson Welles of the church scene. Even though we no longer attend that church, Matt and I have remained good friends. He is just one of those guys that it's hard not to like. Even if you try not to like him, you can't do it. Go ahead and try it. I dare you. In all truth, though, Matt is the kind of guy that will help you out at the hat drop, at the pinprick, in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, before you can say Evel Knievel. Matt officiated my oldest daughter's wedding, and I also had the privilege of playing in the church band with him, which was a blast, and was really the place where our joking around together really started. You'll get a sense of this joking around during our discussion, but you will also learn that Matt has some interesting things to say about serious topics as well. We had a great conversation, and in it we discussed such things as the Emperor's New Groove, doing a wedding after the zombie apocalypse, raising children, growing up in a musical family, taking care of your voice, Def Leppard, DC Talk, Peter Gabriel, Genesis, the band, not the book of the Bible, Underoath, musical theater, Hoop Dreams, Fiddler on the Roof, U2, David Crowder, Switchfoot, Skillet, Children 18-3, Abortion, Our Kids Working as a Filter, Mental Health, Individualized Taxes, Trans Sports, the Israel-Palestine Conflict, Doubting Salvation, the Conviction of Sin, Being a Worship Leader, Orderly Worship, the Moving of the Spirit or Emotional Energy, and Speaking in Tongues. Enjoy the conversation.
Now you're part of Big Pharma. I see how it is.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So proud of her.
That's awesome. I had someone on a while ago, young girl, probably about Kendall's age, actually. How old's Kendall?
She's
20?
20. Yeah.
Yeah, same age. And this
Okay.
girl's also, well, she's not going to nursing school, but she's going to school to get into the pharmaceutical industry.
That's so interesting because
Yeah.
that never would have been on my radar.
Right.
In high school, college, like just I want to make drugs.
Well, maybe it was, but probably different.
Well, I had a lot of friends who probably
Yeah,
yeah, making tons of money doing that.
Yeah.
No, but I've met several, especially as Bennett and all three of our kids now. Camden's starting to look at colleges.
Okay.
And in fact, we just did a college trip down on Monday to visit Azusa Pacific.
Okay.
Which is actually pretty like he
Liking
was
it?
sort of like it was
Yeah.
like maybe 5th on his list. Now I think it's like
That's Biola's rivals.
I know.
Oof.
Well, and I think he was really interested in Biola, but it didn't have the program that he wanted.
Oh, okay.
So it's
What is he hoping to go into? Does he know?
So he wants to do physical therapy.
Okay.
So
Hey, you have a bunch of doctors and nurses on your
I know,
hands
I'm
over
like,
there.
if we can get through it, maybe they can carry us into retirement.
Yeah.
Pay for all of our needs as we get old.
Exactly. See, that's why I was saying we need a doctor in the family because we need a doctor and a mechanic because I keep
Yeah.
getting raped with all these bills. Like, it's like, okay, that was an hour stay in the hospital and we had to give you this. That'll be $6,000.
Yeah.
No, I have insurance. Yeah, that's after your insurance pays 95% of it.
You're like, what?
What? What's the total bill? The total bill was $75,000, and after insurance, your cut is $6,000. I was here for an hour and a half. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I know half of it's like the insurance that they have to carry.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. And in some ways I feel bad for doctors who are really trying to help people and they don't want to overcharge them.
Right.
But it's almost like they have no choice.
Well, because it's the whole system, right? Because they have the whole, what's that word? Liability.
Right.
They got their insurance premiums are astronomical.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just all just dumb.
Lawsuits.
Yeah, and
Some
lawsuits,
ridiculous
exactly.
little lawsuits.
Most of them are ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, that's why, I'm like, let's just go back to the old days when the doctor would arrive on a horse and he would provide medical services for like a home cooked meal. Mm-hmm. Or something, right? Or the bartering system, like, hey, we'll give you 3 dozen eggs from our chickens, or
Yeah.
It's like, what happened to those days? Oh, great, man, you broke the chair.
No, sorry.
Everybody's broken that chair, so
I'm good at breaking things.
it's not actually broken, but
Okay. I do have one quick question for
Yes.
you. Do you recognize these socks?
I know the characters on those socks.
Well, that's the most important.
Okay, I don't know where you got.
Not that you recognize them all.
Oh
I
yes,
stole them from you.
Yes, you left those on my bedroom floor the last time we know.
I don't want to mess with the flow of your show, but I wanted to know how that movie ranks in your
Emperor's New Groove.
Emperor's New Groove.
Well, I will say I do think it is the funniest Disney movie ever made.
I agree.
Hands down, funniest Disney movie ever made. I don't know if I'd put it on the top Disney movie because being funny is not, but it's probably in the top 5.
Certainly, probably the most underrated.
It is underrated, right? And it's the most quotable movie of all time. I mean, you meet somebody who likes it, like you just go back and forth for days. Like Dumb and Dumber, you meet somebody you just go back and forth with quotes, or Napoleon Dynamite,
Right.
Yeah, I love that movie.
So great.
Just classic.
Just got these for Christmas, so
Yeah.
I was like, I gotta wear them.
Oh, nice. Because they know that you're a
Because
big...
it's a podcast, I figured people could
see your
show
socks.
the folks.
Yeah.
Look at the-
It's funny, I have women come sometimes, and they're like, oh yeah, I was all worried about getting ready and stuff, but then I remembered, it's just an audio podcast. It's like, yeah, nobody's going to see
Come
you.
in like sweatpants.
Yeah, come in your jammies,
Yeah.
I've done them in my jammies before. I mean, not usually just the remote ones, because that's why I'm in my closet in the bedroom anyway. So
Right,
people go, are you in the closet? Yes. But don't worry, I come out of the closet at the end of every episode.
Make sure you tune in till the end.
Yeah, no, but that is a great movie.
Yeah.
So good. My kids love it. Do your kids love it too?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I don't understand. I still meet people that say they've never seen it. It's like, what is wrong with you?
Right.
Maybe that's why it's underrated. Maybe it just didn't get enough, promotion or something.
I don't think it did at all, and I don't even remember if I saw it in the theater.
We did.
I feel like I might have, but
We did.
But I was like, why am I? This looks
Right.
I had no expectations.
Yeah, I didn't really either. But I do remember all the kids that would I assume it was just from the preview because the movie just came out.
Right.
But all the parts that were in the preview, like Sharp Rocks at the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
bring it on.
Yep.
I heard all these kids in the whole theater like saying it as he was saying it on the screen. I was like, dude, it's so cool. Yeah, but I went into it not expecting a lot either.
Which I think usually helps when you go into a movie, or really anything, with low expectations or no expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll do that sometimes. I'll lower my expectations for a movie that I'm really excited about because I don't want to be disappointed.
Good idea.
Especially like if it's a sequel and you're like, the first one was so good. Oh man, sequels are always dangerous because like the sequel to this episode, they're going to be like, the first one was so good.
And the writers just failed.
That.
Yeah. We there was a movie. I'm sure you've seen it. But there was a movie we walked into. We just went to the theater to see a movie. Basically, Beth and I go to the theaters, and even with the kids or just us or whatever. Generally, whenever Hollywood puts out a movie that's not full of crap,
right.
I don't mean like Liars. I just mean like full of garbage. It's not appropriate.
Right.
And we're like, oh, that's a clean movie. Let's go see it. And that's the way we find our way in all these movies that we've never really even heard about. So we made our way into this one movie one time, and I left the theater thinking that might be my all-time favorite movie of all time. And then after time, I was like, maybe not my all-time favorite, but it's still up there.
Right.
And it was The Man Who Invented Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen this?
We did. That was really good.
What a beautiful piece of art that was, man. Just the way that they wove all that together and just the story, and it was just awesome.
We didn't see it in the theaters.
Okay.
We saw it, must have rented Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Just went that later, but it was like, wow.
Yeah.
Like, kind of unexpected. Like, this was really good.
I think there was only about 12 people that did see it in the theater. Because, again, nobody really heard of it. It wasn't like it was promoted. It didn't have a lot of big actors.
Right.
I mean, the guy that played Scrooge was kind of well known, but, I mean, it wasn't like he was Brad Pitt or something,
That would have ruined it.
That would have been terrible.
Even if the writing and everything else was good, that would have just been like, nope.
Not
a Brad Pitt fan.
But back to Emperor's New Groove. Kronk, obviously the best character in the movie.
Well, that's why the sequel was Kronk's
New Groove,
or whatever, which was okay. It wasn't great, but
it wasn't as good.
It was almost like they were trying to play the best part of the first movie up.
Correct.
Too much,
but he was the best.
But he's fantastic.
My spinach puffs. Careful, they're still hot.
I love the commentary, especially when he's sneaking around. Is he doing his own thing?
Yeah, yeah, man, so awesome,
so great. That actor, that guy.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
I'd be curious. I don't even know the actor's name, but
Patrick Warburton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just you got to wonder, is that just the way he's in real life, or is that totally his,
well, I guess I don't remember him from Seinfeld. But I guess that's kind of where he got his start, because he was one of Elaine's boyfriends. His name was Putty. The character's name was Putty, and he was kind of this like ditzy like jock guy, So he kind of had that voice. Every other time I've ever heard him talk, he sounds like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's just playing into the persona. Because like you even go to Disneyland and you ride, or California Adventure, and you ride Soaring Over California.
Oh yeah,
he's the welcome to Soaring Over California. And he talks the same.
Wow, that's really good.
You like that impersonation? That's pretty good. Maybe I could get into doing cartoon voices.
Maybe
probably make more than I'm making now.
Kronk's
I'll tell you that much.
Groove.
Yeah,
Kronk's lost his groove.
Yeah. Once Patrick Warburton tells him he's not doing it anymore,
they'll hire you.
I'll be second string
for sure.
All right. Well, I just kind of like to start with kind of like how we know each other. Obviously, I didn't. You might not even know this, but when we started going to the harbor, I saw you, and I recognized you because I've seen you around town so much, and I'd seen you at other places. In fact, I even think I saw you at some concerts and stuff that were like out of town sometimes.
Maybe.
But anyway, I remember like I know that guy. I feel like other people I know must know that guy or something, And then you were the youth pastor when we started going there.
Right.
Now you're the senior pastor.
Right.
And the youth pastor still too, or just are you doing both?
Well, our youth ministry has been on pause for
Right.
probably the past year,
Mm-hmm.
just for lack of youth.
Right.
Because our churches like shrunk.
Because
so
we
much.
left and took our kids, and
pretty much,
you're still bitter about it. I understand. It's totally cool.
Not at all. No. Actually, that's really what I came here to talk to you about. No. Yeah. So I'm the lead pastor, still leading worship.
Okay.
And that's how we met.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But,
And you officiated my daughter's wedding.
That's right.
Which was pretty awesome.
That was a lot of fun.
That was very cool. Yeah.
That was the one of two weddings that I did during COVID, during the height of the pandemic.
Yeah.
That was kind of coming off of the real bad part of it, I guess. Whatever the bad part was.
Yeah. Was there a bad part? I don't know. Bad part was the government during the COVID.
For sure. No, I think I might have told you that the other I did about 6 months before Alora and Kewins, a friend of mine from down in Santa Barbara, who she had worked with me in youth ministry down there, and she they wanted to get married. She's late in life wedding, I guess you could say. I don't want to I think she was closing in on 40.
Gotcha.
And they wanted to have kids.
Okay.
But they were like, we're gonna wait till after the pandemic. But then realizing how long it just seemed to be going on, they're like, forget it. We got to get out. we need to get busy.
Okay.
And so but so I was like, well, I'd still do the whole premarital counseling, all that stuff. And anyway, but it was up at, I think it's called, is it Half Moon Bay? No,
I don't know.
Anyway, it's
could be. I never heard of it, so you can say it's called whatever you want, and I'll believe you. So
it's up the coast above Cambria where they had the ceremony, and it was literally the bride and groom, me, and the photographer. That was it.
That was the whole wedding?
The whole ceremony was that. Because they were taking it all very seriously.
Oh, the COVID stuff.
Oh,
okay. I was like, they don't have any friends or family? That's the saddest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, and so they had planned, they're like, we're going to wait, 6 months to a year to do more of like a celebration, like a reception thing.
Okay.
Let everybody come. And I don't even think they wound up doing that.
If they did, they didn't invite you.
That's what I thought later. I'm like, did they just do that and not invite me?
Oh,
wow.
man.
I mean,
that's awesome.
I thought the ceremony went okay. But yeah, that was the most unusual. It was really sweet, but it was still very it was a beautiful setting right on the beach. It was on this little pier type thing.
Okay.
It was gorgeous, but it was
just
weird. It was just so weird.
Almost like doing a wedding after the zombie apocalypse.
Right.
These are the last two people on Earth, and they're going to have to repopulate the Earth.
They're still wanting to do it the right way.
Right. We got to get married first before we repopulate the Earth. I mean, come on now. We are Christians after all.
Yeah. So, but then so that made Kewin and Alora's weddings I had nothing against Francis and Justin.
Right.
Those are the names.
Yeah.
It was beautiful for what it was, but it was this. Okay, this felt this feels more the way it should be.
Right.
Which was really cool. It was an honor to be a part of that. So,
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
I was nervous that day too.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Could you tell? Yeah. I wasn't my normal laid back.
Yeah. Normal.
Well, it's funny because I was worried I was going to be over emotional.
Me too.
Yeah, and I wasn't that bad. I really wasn't that bad. I think I did okay. Bethany said that I looked very like I was rushing, when I was walking her down, and I was like, did I really? She goes, yeah, you look like you just couldn't wait to be done. I'm like, well, that's not good. I don't want to look like that. But yeah, it was fun. I think once I got past that part, it was a little easier.
I think if you had been too comfortable and too at ease, I would have been worried.
Right.
Do you not love your daughter? What's wrong with you?
Praise God, we're getting rid of her. Woo!
I listened to most of the episode where you interviewed her. That was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah,
getting some insight on
that. Those are always fun when I do it with my kids. Because it's so, especially now that they're adults. It's interesting to kind of hear where they're at,
Well, I'm sure it hasn't always been this way, but it was really cool to see that you have that kind of relationship with her, at least.
Right.
Probably all your kids.
It hasn't always been that way.
Right. No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I did the premarital. I know it hasn't always been that way. Not that I can go into that right now.
Right.
But,
yeah. I heard all the dirt on you, Ryan. I understand.
Pretty much.
Terrible father you were growing up.
One of the things we'll talk about later. No, but it was just cool to hear that, and I look at my own kids, and very thankful that we're starting to transition into where they're all adults. I mean, Bennett and Kendall are both adults. Obviously, Camden will turn 18 next week, which is crazy.
You putting him out on his butt on his birthday?
No.
Oh, okay.
We'll wait 2 days after. No.
Yeah, give him a little time to pack and stuff, right? I mean,
that's right.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy time of life, huh? I mean,
it is.
Are you guys struggling with that at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. It's just what do we? And then it's made us weigh what now what?
Right.
You spend so much of your life investing in your kids and making sure they're going to be okay, and it is interesting talking to people that are parents of adult children, like that are older than our kids, like quite a bit older, that still feel like they're parenting them in some ways. And I'm like, yeah. And then I know some who are like, you're 18, I'm done with you. I've done all I can do. And I'm like, we're not going to be like that. No. But it's still different. And like finding the right, how do we approach them with respect as adults, but still you're like our kids, you know? So and sometimes they come to you as like, as a, really dependent little kid, and I need something. What do I do? And then other times they're like, I'm an adult.
Yeah. Like, stop telling me what to do.
Yeah.
I'm 18 and a half.
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah. It's I think we're looking forward to a lot of things, but it's also it's difficult in a whole different way. Right.
It's like a mix. Like for us, it's like, I guess I can't really speak for Bethany. For me, it's there's an excitement involved because you think, okay, Beth and I are already talking about like trips and stuff. It's like, we can go to Europe. We can do this. We can, we can travel a little bit. Plus then you have grandkids, to look forward to, and it's just like a whole new season of life. But at the same time, you also realize that other season is gone. Yeah. And it's like, that's never coming back. It's over. Like you can't get it back, and it's that's difficult.
That's something Stacy says all the time. She's like, I wish we could go back. Mm-hmm. We could go back.
Right.
Shake the tree.
Yeah.
And because I think it's easy to live with the what ifs and regret, like we could have done more, or maybe we were too overbearing, or maybe we weren't on top of things enough. All those things, and it's like. That's why I'm very thankful. I can't imagine not being a believer and being like, what I believe about God and His care and His love and His sovereignty over my children tells me that I don't need to worry about these things. And that He's had a plan all along, and even the difficult things, even the things that I totally messed up, like He'll still redeem. He'll still reconcile those things.
Yeah, it's almost like He knows what He's doing.
I know.
Yeah.
You would think I would know these things, but most of the time I don't. So,
yeah, and that's something I don't know who I first heard it from. Probably a long time ago, maybe early on in my Christian life. But somebody said something. I think it was a pastor said something, and it's always stuck with me. And I've repeated it to a few other people. Like when they'll talk to me about, oh man, I'm so worried about what am I going to do? My kid's doing this, or they're this, and they're whatever. Any different number of things, and they'll say, man, I just love him so much. I want him to make the right decision. I care about him so much. And it's like, yeah, but you know who loves him more?
Yeah.
God does.
And
He actually has the power and the knowledge to actually do something about some of these things. Because if your kid's 19 and they're deciding to go, I don't know, whatever the situation is, go be on drugs and sleep with 25 people every day or whatever, right? Let's jump on the extreme end there.
Right.
But as the parent, you can say, don't do that. It's going to be bad for you in the long run. Just trust me on this. And they're going to be like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're old, whatever, But it's like God literally has the way to change that. Like He can do something in their life to completely change them around and make them realize on their own, like, no, this is not, this is not the life I should be living,
Well, and one of the things that's been, to me, that's incredibly humbling. But it's also to realize I've realized it for other people and for maybe even for a little bit my own life, but not so much for my kids. When I think about that, God may use one of my kids to be an example to somebody else of what not to do.
Yeah.
Or or is going to take them through this painful, difficult 15, 20 years, which is just like, no.
Right.
But then on the other end of that, bring them back, but they'll have this story to tell. They'll have this experience that will mean something so much to somebody else.
And they would need to go through that terrible experience in order to have that on the other side.
And I'm like, nope, choose somebody else, God. Not my kids, please. And then I'm like, oh, but then He has to remind me, whose kids?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly.
So that's hard. That's
it is.
Really hard.
Yeah, it is really hard.
Talk about stretching your faith.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Fun stuff.
So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Cool, man.
So,
all right.
But I think the other way we knew each other, besides, obviously through church, but you helped out with the worship team.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. I haven't picked up a bass since.
Oh, really?
Nope.
No.
I have at the church we're at now. I've had some friends because they know I used to play bass at the Harbor, and they're like, "Oh, you should play bass in the worship team." Nope. Why not? Because then I'll have to do it. You know.
Oh wow.
But I mean, I have a lot of struggles with, and this is something actually we'll talk about a lot about in the spirituality section, because you're the second worship leader I've had on, and I have my own struggles kind of with that whole, a lot of aspects of that, and I like to talk to somebody who's kind of on the forefront of that too. But just being up there, it's not like a stage fright thing. It's just I want to make sure that my heart's in the right place, or I'm not doing the wrong things or looking at it in the wrong way. And, you know, I don't know. Plus, there's a phoniness to a lot of it that I kind of struggle with, and that's hard too, because I always wonder, like, well, am I in the wrong? Maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe I'm just not genuine enough, and the people that are really genuine, I see them as phone. I mean, like, I go back and forth. So
no, I totally get where you're going with that.
Yeah,
we'll dig into that. Sure.
We will, yeah. All right, man. Let's jump into some music.
Yeah.
You know, music stuff. Obviously, you did. I think you grew up in the church, correct? Like your parents were Christians when you were born. The whole deal. Yeah. But I know we've talked before. You did kind of go through some. You didn't strictly listen to only Christian music growing up.
Right.
Generally, I mean, maybe a lot of it was, but
I would say the vast majority of it. But
okay.
I did listen to other things, and
right.
sometimes unbeknownst to my parents,
right?
Which that's one of the one of the funny things. But no, my parents grew up in a very musical home, very Christian home, obviously, and not even just like my parents attended church. They were very involved.
Yeah,
like
it lived and breathed
Sunday morning,
church.
Sunday evening service,
Nice.
Wednesday, and usually at least one other day during the week. We were at the church doing something, and my dad was not on staff or anything like that.
Right.
But they both grew up in very musical families. Mm-hmm. My mom's side a little less than my dad's, but even my mom's side, my grandpa, who my grandpa and my middle name is Ellis, which is my mom's maiden name.
Ellis, like Ellis Island?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And the reason they passed it on to me was because my mom. It was just my mom and her sister, so there were no boys. I know nowadays you can do whatever you want, but can't do that back then. No, I'm just kidding. No, but they had no way to pass on the family name.
Okay.
Why they didn't give it to my older brother Mike, I don't know, but because he was
named after your dad, right?
Yeah. But they gave me the middle name. Anyway, so my grandpa, who died when my mom was 18, so I never knew him.
Oh, okay.
Who I'm actually told I'm a lot like him.
Oh, interesting.
Which is always really like, I'm a very sentimental person, so I'm always like, I can't wait to meet him and just do the whole comparison thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, but he sang, so did my granny on my mom's side.
Okay.
But on my dad's side, my dad was adopted. Mm-hmm. This is kind of the funny thing, because if you know my dad, he loves singing and all that stuff.
Right. He's a very shy guy. Very
super.
Not very outgoing.
Right. So he grew up with my grandpa, his adopted dad. So my dad and his twin sister were adopted, and he was actually trained in opera. My grandpa, on my
who's
dad's
not.
side. Who's
biologically related.
Yeah, not biologically related.
Okay.
But so that was just like my dad
just
already had it naturally in him to sing and all that stuff. But then both his mom and dad sang, especially my grandpa.
Right.
And then my dad went to Moody Bible Institute in Chicago, and because he's so shy, he almost didn't get seen. No. Somebody told him, like, you need to go try out for this music thing. And I don't remember the whole story, but basically he got to the point where part of what he had a job working. It's funny that we're doing a podcast because it was radio.
Oh, nice.
Moody Radio, which still is going today.
Wow.
And he was part of an ensemble that sang
like
hymns and just whatever. So I mean, he was a professional musician in a sense.
Funny. So you have 4 siblings. I know 3 of them are involved in singing worship in some way. I don't know your other sister. Does she sing also, or
Joanna? Yeah, she's got a great voice.
She does.
She's,
Okay, so it's just hereditary then.
Yeah,
for all you guys.
Yeah,
okay.
And my mom, she's got a great voice. She doesn't sing nearly as much.
Yeah, you guys are like the Partridge Family.
Kind of. Yeah. Well, we got called that. We got called the Von Patterson.
Nice.
Family truck or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, I just grew up with a lot of that. I thought it was fairly normal until I got into elementary school and realized, oh, we're weird. Okay, great.
Yeah.
We go to church a lot.
Yeah.
I thought that was just kind of normal.
Everybody does that, right? Yeah.
No,
this is America after all.
Right. And everybody sings, throughout the day, in the morning, around dinner time and things like that. No, but so that was. So just grew up with that. My dad, back at old LPs, records.
Nice.
They would be playing those.
You remember any of the artists that would play on those?
So most of it was like, I don't even remember who, but they would be listening to some Christian, like
contemporary kind of stuff?
Not even really contemporaries.
Okay.
Most of the stuff they listened to was, it's like this church choir that's hymns and things like that, and it was kind of sleepy music to me. I think my mom put it on for nap time.
Nice.
But they also ventured out beyond the Christian music and would put on other artists that they liked,
like Slayer or
Striper.
Yeah, there you go.
But the one that I remember the most, I think you talk about like first memory of music.
Yeah, the earliest time you can remember enjoying a song.
I mean, and I remember two things come to mind. One, we had a Sesame Street album that had music.
Awesome.
And there was the song of the Count. From Sesame Street. And I got so into that song. It was a song that started slowly and moved faster, and I would run around the room singing. And anyway, so.
That's awesome.
For whatever reason, that sticks in my mind. And then the other thing was one of the few non-Christian artists that my parents would listen to was Neil Diamond.
Okay.
And there was a song that most of it I was like, I just wouldn't even listen to it. I didn't care. But there was a song called "Coming to America."
Okay.
On the boats and on the planes.
Yeah.
They come
to America. Yeah. There's
remember being like, it's like so patriotic and inspirational. And I'm sure it had actually a lot of political undertones to it. But so that was probably my earliest memory.
Okay.
Of thinking, I like this song.
Okay. Neil Diamond's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I think even still, like, he did that commercial a few years back where I think it was the Sweet Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Or Sweet Caroline.
Sweet Caroline, yeah.
But it was... Yeah. No, wait. Was that the song? It was during COVID. And he had a commercial because his song says something about hands. Isn't that? And he was all about, like, sanitizing your hands.
Oh.
Like he turned it into some song about you got to look it up, man. It's pretty fun. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube or something.
That's too funny.
But even listening to him sing that then, it was, and he's old now, obviously, and it was like, man, you still sound pretty good, you know. And that's always something I admire, because there's a lot of groups or singers that, they're still going, but you're like, you probably shouldn't still be going anymore. I mean, some of my favorite bands, I'm like, I mean, it's kind of a weird example, but like one of my favorite bands is NoFX, 90s punk band, and they just called it quits, right? They put out one final album after like 40 years of being together. They toured relentlessly. They're going on one final tour.
They were together 40 years.
Yeah,
wow.
Dude. Yeah.
I didn't realize they'd been
a long time. Yeah. I think their first album came out in like 86, 87, something like that.
Wow.
I could be wrong on the year.
Of course, every time I think about the 90s, I still think
it's not that long ago, right?
It was like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Nope.
But anyway, so I'm like, it's one of those things where like as much as I love them, listening to some of their live performances as of recent last couple of years, or even their final album, you listen and you go, yeah, it's probably time.
Probably good time.
You know what I mean? It's just it's not bad. I can still enjoy it, but when you compare it to like the 90s albums or some like when I saw them live back in like 99, 2000, totally different. Which is understandable. They're getting older.
Right.
I mean, these guys are like in their late 50s or something. I don't know how old they are, but I mean they're getting old, right? So it's like your voice starts to change.
Oh yeah.
I mean I'm 45. I even noticed that I can't sing because I was like, sing in the car, sing in the shower. There were certain bands and artists that I used to be able to nail them pretty good. Like I could sound pretty similar, and now I do it, and I'm like, man, what happened? Like I lost that. Where did that go? It's like, oh, you're just getting old, you know?
Yeah, and I think some of it, like when you talk about Neil Diamond, I think some of it is whatever style you're going to sing.
Right.
You can't carry that on
right.
into like the guys from like, I don't know, the Bee Gees or whatever. Like, right. They carried it on for a long time, but it's like,
right, nobody's
not
buying.
Not going to be able to do that for a real long time.
Well, nobody's buying disco albums anymore, really.
Well,
so
that's true. Or some of the like screamo bands where you're like,
yeah,
you're going to have a short career, my friend,
right.
unless you really. And one thing, I mean, I sang throughout high school.
Like in bands or like in
no, it's
like choir and
like,
stuff.
Yeah, they had a group called Madrigals.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so it was one of the things that they did in that is like make sure you take care of your voice,
right?
And I can't say that I've been that great at it, but I've tried to remember to like warm up your voice, drink lots of water, just certain things that help.
That's what I was going to ask you. What does that mean to take care of your voice? Like there's certain things you do? Is there like medicine you drink that's supposed to coat your throat? Or
I mean, not that I've taken.
Okay.
I'll ask my daughter about that one. No.
Yeah.
What drugs can I take that you can prescribe for my voice? No.
Yeah.
But there's certain things you can do, not overextending it. I mean, it's just basic stuff like making sure you actually warm it up, because if you don't warm up your voice before you're going to sing for an extended period of time, especially in a wide range, especially the upper range, you can damage your vocal cords. There are little nodes that build up that make you not be able to sing as high, or it'll sound raspy or whatever. Which is why when you get older, some of that stuff just happens naturally.
Right.
And then most of it's avoiding certain things. Don't smoke, don't drink too much coffee,
Right.
Things like that.
That's not coffee, that's chai, so you're good.
Right, yeah, that's right.
Chai's good for your voice, I heard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll test that.
That's one of the reasons I drink so much of it, because I'm trying to become a singer,
But so one of my secret groups that I listened to that I didn't, and this is back in the 80s.
Okay, because you were born what year now?
1973.
73. Okay, so you got 5 years on me.
Like I said, 19. I had to clarify 19, not
not 18.
Right. Yeah. No. And so I always felt like I was kind of a late bloomer when it came to music and appreciating like popular music anyway. But my older brother and sister, especially my older brother, were a huge influence on me when it came to music.
Right.
I would just basically listen to whatever Mike listened to.
Right.
Whatever Julie listened to, I'd be like, am I allowed to listen to that? Because she was sort of, I mean, she would, I know she would say this. So,
she was the rebel.
Right. But she would listen to stuff that wasn't always the Christian stuff that my parents would, and my brother was all about like anything Christian that's alternative. It sounds like these other groups that are in the mainstream, but
Yeah. If you like this band, try this band.
Well,
right.
And so he worked at a Christian bookstore down in Santa Barbara where they had that.
Yeah.
Like, you probably remember that.
If you like Limp Bizkit, try 1,000-Foot Crutch.
Right. Yeah. And you're like, oh, okay. And I remember looking at that being like, oh, but what if I don't even know the names of these groups on the left?
Right.
So, but one of them early on, and it's funny because, and I'm embarrassed to even admit that I really like them, but was Def Leppard.
Okay.
Which
it's a good one, man.
Well, I mean, very talented group.
Yeah.
Horrible songs, horrible messages.
Oh, you mean lyrically?
Didn't even register with me as like a 5th, 6th grader, like what they were actually singing about.
Yeah.
But I liked their sound.
Yeah.
And the like the high singing, the harmonies, the really tight harmonies they had.
Oh, they're great. I like Def Leppard. Yeah.
I mean, they're basically like a glam rock band.
Oh yeah. I would consider them that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But I remember, like, I would try to find them. I didn't have a record of them. I didn't want to have evidence that I listened to them.
Right. Would your parents have been upset?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so they were like a Christian music only kind of house.
Primarily, or like Neil Diamond or the Carpenters. Or something.
If it was secular, it had to be like approved.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the way we are here with our kids. It's like we don't say Christian music only.
Right.
But if it's not Christian, I thoroughly go through every lyrics. I listen to every song before I give it to them.
Nice.
And even if somebody like Addie lately has been, my friend said I should check out this singer. Like Billie Eilish is an example, right?
For sure. Very talented.
And I said, she's I had a hard time just because I never heard her sing, but just seeing all the pictures of her where she's like,
okay.
And she's like looking like, I was like, what is wrong with you? But she is very talented, and she's got some good songs. Also, some songs lyrically that aren't appropriate. So I had to kind of pick and choose or anything. But I mean, that's now. I mean, music's way worse now than it lyrically a lot of it than it was when you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like Def Leppard didn't really have profanity, but they had like veiled,
very sexual stuff.
Yeah.
Well, and when MTV, when we finally got cable, and MTV had already been a thing for a few years, but when we finally got cable, and for some reason we had MTV for a little while, it was like a package thing in what we got, which my parents quickly were like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
But I remember like watching that without and I was like, oh, Def Leppard,
yeah.
And it was Love Bites.
Nice. Yeah.
But the music video for it,
yeah, like bikinis and chicks in bikinis.
I don't think I'm supposed to be watching this, and I was young enough that it actually kind of made me sick. I'm like, ew, I don't want to see that.
Yeah,
I was like,
girls have cooties.
That pretty much ended I was like, I felt this tremendous guilt even seeing that, and even thinking, oh, they're all about that.
Yeah.
So I just stopped listening to them at that point. I don't think beyond Pour Some Sugar on Me and.
Which is obviously just about, owning a candy store.
It's actually about oatmeal and pour some brown sugar on the oatmeal. It's a very wholesome song.
Yes,
right.
Yes, exactly.
No, but I just realized okay, I should probably be a little more, have a little bit more of a filter when I listen to. And
you heard that from your brother Mike?
No, so that was kind of like when I first got my own. I think it was. I don't remember if it was a radio or something. We had some sort of radio where I was able to just listen to the radio stations in our room, and I remember finding that group. And I'm like, wow,
nice,
so cool sounding, and but I mean there were probably other groups, but that's the one that sticks out to me. But my sister, again, my brother Mike was the main influence by far.
Right.
And if you had him on this show, you guys would have a great time because he loves music and he's listened to so many different. But he's always been leaning towards I want to find the alternative Christian version of these other groups.
Yeah, which thankfully isn't that hard these days.
No,
right? There's the Christian music now. Well, I mean just like right now, but even the last 20 years, I would say is way better than it was in like the 60s and the 70s, and with your Petras and your Stripers and your, Perry Como and all that, that kind
there are only a few decent groups, and even those sometimes you kind of cringe at now.
Right,
right. Yeah.
Amy Grant, Michael W. Smith,
Well, and that's what, the first album, the first two albums I bought, it was funny, we had the Christian bookstore, called it had a different name first, but it was called Legacy eventually. Okay. And it was within walking distance of where I lived. Okay. And I remember I was so excited to buy my first CDs because cassette tapes had
nice.
So I was like, oh, a CD. And I got Michael W. Smith's The Big Picture.
Oh, old school.
Very old school. Like
Dang.
He was that was the first, and I played that thing to death.
Yeah.
I loved that album. And then there was this group that had just come out. They had their first self-titled album, and it was DC Talk.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, what's this? Okay, I'll check it out. And I was just like, what is this music? And of course, you look now, it's
horrendous.
So
you listen now,
so
Final
cheesy.
Days. It's like total what is this?
Down with the DC Talk.
Just terrible.
You're like, wow.
Yeah, it's just I bet Toby Mac even cringes when he listens to that now. He's like, what was I thinking?
Right.
At the time, there wasn't really a Christian rap group, so it was kind of a big deal,
Yeah, and I it's funny because Toby Mac, I've really been impressed by his journey of music and his journey of faith, and he's been through some pretty difficult things, obviously with the death of his son,
right.
But that group, it's funny, like the three guys, how Michael Tate, now Newsboys,
right,
and then he did Toby Mac his own thing, and then the third guy I always forget,
Kevin Max. He's actually my favorite of the three, believe it or not.
An amazing voice,
yes,
yes. But didn't he go to Audio Adrenaline?
He was with Audio Adrenaline for a little while, but he does have a lot of solo albums.
Oh, okay.
His first solo album, I'm forgot the name of it, but it has a song. There's a song in it called "Existence," and a song called "Return of the Singer," and "B," like B-E is a song. Fantastic.
I'll have to check it out.
They're fantastic songs.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't heard a lot of his later stuff, but he was always kind of the misfit anyway. Like,
right.
Like, I don't know if you ever saw the movie Free at Last, the documentary. It chronicles. It didn't come out till years after it was made. He talks about it in the movie. Toby Mac does. He talks about why it took so long for it to come out. But they actually recorded all the footage during their touring for the Free at Last album,
Right.
and the making of it. And you're constantly seeing like their issues with Kevin. Because it was like, we're about to go on in 5 minutes. Kevin's nowhere. We have no idea where he is. And he would just stroll in and be like, you know what? What's the big deal? Like, I'm here, right? And they're like, dude, we've been stressing out. We're freaking out. You know, what is happening? You know?
They broke up. No.
But he's always been like the really kind of lyrically out there kind of. I mean, not out there's. That's the wrong word. Let me strike that. Not out there. He's more poetic.
Edit that moment. Timestamp. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, he's more poetic. Like he's definitely strange.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So toward Michael Tate, Toby Mac seemed a little more down to earth. He's kind of up in the clouds somewhere.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that as a bad thing.
Very
it's just
artsy, maybe.
Artsy.
More so
there we
than,
go.
Than the others.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Artsy.
Yes.
That's exactly the word I was looking for. So,
glad that could help.
yeah, but I tend to lean that way with artists anyway, because I kind of like poetic lyrics. I kind of like stuff that makes you feel a certain way. That's deep, even if I don't necessarily understand it. Like, it's like, I don't even know what he's talking about in this song, but it's hitting me a certain way, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think because I was, again, growing up, I did not buy a lot of my own music. I mean, now you can obviously stream it and rent it or whatever.
Yeah.
And so it's easy to just find, but I would just kind of depend on my older siblings to just whatever they got. And really, mostly my brother.
Right.
And so, I mean, he was into groups, again, Christian alternative, but like, I don't know if you ever heard a group called the Ultra Boys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, not a great musically group, but like, okay, that was one. And like, oh,
they're classic though. I mean, they fall into that pioneer kind of group of some of the early.
Yeah. And then like the Violet Burning.
Yeah.
For them.
Yep.
Yeah. So groups like that. And then he would sometimes venture out into more secular groups, and there was you probably heard of Peter Gabriel.
Oh yeah,
like the album So.
Yeah,
which that one I like basically stole from Mike and like listened to it forever, and I was like, and I would describe Peter Gabriel as one of those like more artsy kind of lyrically, sometimes political, even though I didn't realize it until later. I'm like, oh, that's what that means. Okay, I felt a little naive when it comes to music sometimes.
Did you know he was the original singer for Genesis?
No.
I just learned that like a couple years ago, like before Phil Collins.
Phil Collins is like, get out of here.
Well, no, actually, the story is, if I remember correctly, like when Peter Gabriel left for whatever reason, I don't remember his reasons for leaving, they were like auditioning singers. And they couldn't really find anybody. So Phil Collins like, okay, whatever's. You know, and then arguably, like, the best Genesis albums were all the ones where Phil Collins was the singer, you know, and then, of course, he had an amazing solo career, and all his songs from the 80s were just classic, and it's just kind of funny how that worked. He was like, I just want to be a drummer. I don't want to sing. I just want to play drums, you know?
Well, but isn't that funny that that's sort of the stereotype that you have to be, if you're going to be a singer, either you just sing or you sing and you play guitar.
Right.
Maybe piano.
Right.
But like Phil Collins and Sting both kind of like wrecked that because, you know, for Phil Collins he's the drummer, for Sting it was the bass player primarily.
Right.
And then just basically the singer.
I always think it's cool when the drummer sings.
Oh yeah.
Like, have you heard of Underoath? They're Christian streaming band. But they have Spencer the Screamer. And he's like, you ever watch him play live, it's just phenomenal, because then Aaron Gillespie, who's the drummer, is the clean vocalist. So and then when they sing together, like Aaron will be back there playing the drums and he'll be turning his head singing and he's singing like a harmony or something, and Spencer's and he's like screaming. It just, dude, it's so amazing.
That's awesome.
It's awesome. I've never seen them live, but watching live footage of that is just amazing.
Well, and I've tried. I'm not a drummer, but I've tried like just trying to keep rhythm like on some sort of instrument, drum or like cajon or whatever, or djembe.
Yeah.
And it is difficult to do a rhythm instrument and sing at the same time for me.
Right.
Not everybody. In fact, a few weeks ago, Stacy was helping me with worship, and I was like, we didn't have any kind of percussion, and I was like, would you mind doing a shakers during Christmas? So like, this song needs some sort of percussion.
Yeah, you got to have jingle bells if you're going to sing jingle bells.
We just sing that every week.
Yeah.
Jingle bells. Yeah.
It is the most Christian of the Christmas
Right, exactly.
songs. Yeah.
That and White Christmas.
That's right. There you go.
White as snow. No.
And Die Hard. Everybody knows Die Hard is a Christmas song.
Well, yeah. Have you seen that Christmas ornament? That's like John McClane going through like the ducks. It's like that. That's the ornament. It's a picture. It's something like "Merry Christmas," you know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So funny.
Anyway, I didn't mean to derail.
No, that's okay. But just the idea of keeping rhythm and singing, and she had never really tried that before, and was like, I can't do it. I'm like, she's like, do you want me to sing or do you want me to play the shaker? And I'm like, well, just for this one song, we really need it. So if you can play the shaker,
right?
So,
that's more.
Sure. I mean.
Let's get your top bar off. Thank you, sir. It's good for what ails you, you know.
But yeah, I mean, I remember you playing bass at the Harbor, and I think I tried a couple times jokingly to get you mic'd to sing.
Yeah, you did. You did.
And I know we'll talk.
And I laughed at your joke,
right? But the reality is, Ryan, you can sing. I know you can carry a tune.
Everybody can sing, man.
No, that's not true.
Not everybody can sing well, but everybody can sing. Well, that's just true. Some people have no vocal cords, so they can't sing. But the normal person that doesn't have any physical deformities or anything like that can sing.
Well, I guess it depends on how you define singing.
Yeah.
Being able to sing. To me, singing means you can carry a tune. Like you can be on key.
Yeah. And I actually really enjoy singing. And it's one of the, and I've said this on here before, it's one of the, probably the biggest regrets of my life was I had been asked multiple times when I was like 20, living down in San Diego, to sing in friends' bands that were, because down there, everybody was in a band. It was like in the height of the punk rock scene, and down in San Diego, like everybody was in a band. It was awesome, you know. And a couple times, like the singer would leave or whatever. I'm like, hey Ryan, dude, you should. Yes. And I was always scared because I was like, man, you mean like in front of people?
Yeah.
Well, no, just come over and we'll just in the garage, just the band. Yeah, but eventually you want to sing in front of people, right? So I just kind of was like, no thanks, you know. But I'm kind of bummed out. Not that I ever wanted a career or anything. I mean, of course, it'd be cool to make money doing that, but it would be cool to have like a demo tape or something to be like, hey, look, that was Dad when he was 20 singing this, you know, this little garage punk band we had going on in San Diego or whatever. But yeah. So anyway. But,
yeah. No, I think that I've heard you enough to hear you can sing, and I'm like, Aiden doesn't get it from anywhere strange. I've heard Addie sing; she's got a beautiful voice too. So it's like, and I don't know about Alora or Asher.
I've never heard Asher sing. Alora's pretty okay. She used to sing. Yeah. I haven't heard her sing recently, but when she was younger, she used to. I have like audio of her singing because she used to sing songs and stuff and stuff. Bethany, she'll sing at church, but it's, you know, you're in a big group of people, so I don't really
context.
I've never heard her sing like solo,
right?
But like my whole family's heard me sing solo because I'm always singing. I'm walking around the house singing. I'm in the shower singing. Oh man, you should hear me. The shower's the best because you get some real good acoustics in there.
That's
yeah.
That's Camden.
Yeah,
I'm totally embarrassing him right now.
Yeah,
because I'm sure he'll listen to this. No, he'll totally sing. Well, he kind of discovered it just a couple years ago that I can kind of sing and I kind of enjoy it, and they really been into the theater thing. At school.
I saw that on Facebook. That's cool. Is that musical theater?
Both.
Okay.
It started with musical, but then this past fall they did a rendition of the Odyssey.
Like Homer's Odyssey?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was written by their theater arts teacher. He's like super talented. Michael Shaw is his name.
I know Michael Shaw.
Yeah. He's so great. And he's a believer.
His son Wesley is friends with Asher.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and they actually used to live around the corner over here. We used to see them all the time at walks.
They live around the corner from us.
Oh, there you go.
Not too far away.
Nice. So, yeah, they're cool.
But yeah, no, he discovered that, and so ever since he realized, I'm going to do this, I'm going to like be in plays and stuff like that, he started singing in the shower, and he didn't realize how loud he was. Like, you could hear him like downstairs. We're like, there's Camden. Like, and he's great. Like, he's
Yeah.
really developed, and he's, getting better and better. But
That's really cool.
But yeah.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, since your whole family is so musical, I mean, just from your side, obviously, you and all your siblings, your parents are singers.
Right.
Stacy sings, right? So you guys have it from both sides. I was going to ask you, like, if any of your kids are musically talented, or
we always kind of hoped they would do more with it. Camden's done the most with it. Bennett will say he can't sing. He can sing. Like, he carries it. And I'm not saying that just because he's my son.
Right.
I'm like, you can sing. You actually have nice tone
Right.
to your voice, and you're on key and everything. But
Right.
he's like, nah. So he's just not that interested in it.
Okay.
Kendall is one of the most shy human beings
Yes.
I've met.
Right. Yes.
So even though she can sing as well, she's very mousy about it, and
Right.
she doesn't ever want to do it in front of people.
Okay.
She did it. She had to do it at when she was at Pacific Christian.
Okay.
They did, like, I think 6th grade, maybe fifth or 6th grade. She was in a performance, and she had a solo.
Ooh.
And, like, her teacher convinced her to.
I would have been sick that day.
Oh, I know. It's like she was, but she was still there. No. And she did great, but she was like, never again.
Never
She
again.
did,
Yeah.
So
She doesn't like the being in front of people.
the
aspect.
performance part of it, I think, is not comfortable for her at all.
Okay.
And she was the one who, as a little kid, would hide behind mommy.
Right.
She was just.
That fits.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I know of her, I think
Yeah.
she's maybe said 4 words to me
Right,
since I've known her.
right.
And I don't say that as a bad thing. It's just part of her personality.
Right.
I think the most I ever really saw her kind of talking and laughing was the cornhole tournament.
Yeah.
Because she's with her boyfriend, and they're
Well, she's
really,
very competitive, so if you get her
Okay.
in the right context and it's like competition,
Gotcha.
she'll come out of her shell a little bit. But, yeah, no, and she has definitely come out of her shell more being at Grand Canyon University, where she's doing school.
Right.
I think that's been good for her in kind of boosting her confidence in front of people. But still, her natural bent is just to be like quiet and more reserved.
Yeah.
But no. But it's funny you're talking about theater. Like, that was another big thing for me, because I was a little bit like that.
Like what? Like in
shy
theater?
and
Oh,
quiet.
shy.
Sorry.
Well, you grew out of that.
Yeah. No, I did. Now I'm kind of the obnoxious. Like, will you just shut up already? No, but like I got convinced when I was a freshman in high school. And it's funny, I listened to, I'm going to just keep referencing other episodes.
Yeah.
I listened to the Weston Scott.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which is funny. I met Weston maybe once.
Yeah, he used to go to the harbor.
Yeah. But he wasn't really there when I first came.
Right. I think he mentions that in the episode.
Oh,
because I think I asked him, oh, did you know Matt? And he goes, no, I think he was coming on right as I was leaving or something.
Right, yeah. So we missed each other
Yeah.
passing the night. But I've heard him, like Becca Castillo and others who at the time that were there knew him and like spoke so highly of him. And I'm like, oh, so it was really fun to hear.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. Yeah.
But his whole like connection to theater and all that stuff, I was like, that's a little bit of my story. I mean, I'm not an only child, but
right, because you're not cool like me. And
no,
only cool people are only child.
We pray for you guys.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, as a freshman in high school, I'm going to be a basketball player.
Really?
Oh, I loved like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade.
Okay.
I just was all about basketball.
And then White Men Can't Jump came out.
Right.
And you realize, like, this is a fool's errand. I'm not even going to
I'll just
trying.
hustle people for my career.
Yeah.
No. But I was determined and
really
was like, I'm going to go try out for the basketball team. I'll make the team. I'll have a high school career. Maybe I'll get pursued by a top-ranking college.
Yeah, you'll play for the Lakers.
NBA.
You know,
Boom.
who knows, right? Yeah.
That was my big dream, which was totally dashed when I was cut from the tryouts. Like, I did tryouts, and they're like...
This is high school?
In high school, yeah.
So did you play junior high?
So junior high, I was homeschooled for those 2 years.
Oh.
So I think just one of those years, I did like a rec league kind of thing.
Okay.
And I knew I wasn't like the best, but I thought, well, this is my thing. Right. Even if I'm not the best, this is the only thing I got.
Almost the best. I'm not the best, but I'm almost there.
No, I just thought this is, and if I work hard enough, I'll do it anyway. I didn't make it, but what came out of that was my best friend's girlfriend
That's a song by the Cars.
I bet. Yes. This is the music section, folks, so we gotta keep it on thing. No, but I thought she was super cute. She was super nice. I wasn't like interested in dating her, obviously, but she was involved in theater and music at the school, and she had heard about me not making the basketball team, and she's like, "Well, Matt, you should come try out for the musical." And I probably, to anybody else, I would have been like, no. But because it was Melissa, I was okay. Okay, Melissa. Okay.
She could have got you to try for anything.
Probably.
You know?
Yeah. And so I did, and it was one of the best experiences of my life. We did Fiddler on the Roof that first year, which that was a really cool musical. It's still one of my favorites. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
I have seen it.
Yeah.
And I can't pass up asking you, I'm sure you've heard, every time I hear Fiddler on the Roof, I have to talk about the Brian Regan thing. Did you hear that skit?
Wait.
Where he's like, I'm not kidding you. I passed, I forget if he saw a truck or if he saw whatever. And the guy's last name was Fiddler.
No.
And the name of his company was Fiddler's Roofing Company. He's like, are you kidding me? Like, you had the most perfect... Are you serious? Like, what?
Wow.
I was right there for you, man.
Was that the logo, like a little fiddler?
I don't even know, and I can't remember if he said he saw a commercial on TV or if he I think it was like a truck he saw or something. It just said Fiddler's.
I have not seen that.
I don't remember which special it's on.
That's too good.
But anyway, yes, I did see Fiddler on the Roof, but it was in 8th grade.
Okay.
So that was like 89.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
So I don't remember a whole lot about the story.
It's just, the short of it is that basically it's right after the Russians, like the royal family, like that whole thing. So the communists have come to Russia, and so it takes place it's funny that everything that's happening in Ukraine, because it's Kiev.
Right.
When they pronounce it Kyiv,
Yeah.
I'm like, was that the right way to pronounce it? Is it Kiev? Or maybe they're two separate places.
Yeah.
I'm not even really sure.
Yeah.
But it's funny because what they're doing, that movie, what's happening in Ukraine with Russia basically being like, this is our land. That's kind of what was happening. But it was a village of primarily Jews that through the diaspora, had eventually moved up there.
So it takes place in Russia? Fiddler on the Roof? Oh, see, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you would think it's
I assume it took place in Israel,
right.
yeah.
No,
okay.
it's definitely in, and this is a little village called Anatevka. Kiev is like the nearest capital.
Okay.
So it could be modern day Ukraine, I guess.
Okay. Interesting.
And so the microcosm of the story is this father who he's the main character, and he has. Is it like 5 or 6 daughters? He has all daughters. And
I don't envy that guy.
and 3 of them are basically of age to potentially be married.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole story is about him giving, slowly conceding, giving them away.
Right.
But
trading goats, all that kind of stuff.
Well, and it's about the whole story is about tradition versus like just the changes in the world that are happening. So it's got a pretty powerful.
I want to watch it now.
Yeah,
or
you
something.
should.
Okay,
you should.
Interesting.
It's such great music, and
Yeah.
it's not everybody's cup of tea.
Right.
Speaking of tea,
Yes, this is my cup of tea, right?
but that kind of got me into like musical theater, and then for those 4 years in high school, every year I was like so excited to do the musicals and stuff like that. It was just such a fun. Part of it was because of the community, and then the teacher we had. The theater arts director was great. He was difficult, but he would yell at us a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did not put up with like goofing around and stuff, and he would just get frustrated. No. But no, it was a great experience.
Okay.
And so that it just gave me another facet of music, like appreciating music, and so since then, and at the time, like. I think during my high school years was when Phantom of the Opera the musical came out.
Yeah.
And that was like every other girl that auditioned sang one of the songs from Phantom of the Opera. It was annoying. But anyway, so like really again, and
awesome.
that or Les Mis, which is another great musical. But yeah,
Did you ever act in that one?
no, we didn't do that. That's such a big production. That would be crazy.
So you weren't cool enough. Is that what you're trying to say?
Definitely not. But yeah,
I don't know anything about that story either.
It's the French Revolution.
I could just never understand, like, I mean, what I do know about it, all the things happening, you think it would have been called more miserable, but it's like less miserable. So you think that it would be a happy story, you know? I don't understand.
That's good. You need to learn French.
Well, I'm fluent in Francais, actually.
Fluent in Francais.
Yes, Francais is almost as good as my Espanol.
Did you take this? I assume you had to take a language in high school.
I did. I took 2 years of Spanish. And
Bien.
Yeah,
Bueno,
but
whichever it is,
whatever.
I those two
I don't even know what you're talking about. I thought it was wee.
No, that's if you need a break later, you can go do that.
Yes, and I will actually. No, I took 2 years of Spanish, but it was one of those, didn't really pay attention. Just like pretty much all of high school for me.
I was going to say, well, that's
I knew the right. I had friends in the right places, kind of thing. You know, the TA of this class or whatever. It's, Ryan did all his homework. Ryan got an A on all the tests. You know, hey, yes, wow. Ryan got an A in Spanish. Woo! Wow. Okay, go talk to somebody in Spanish. Nope. And even at work now, obviously, it's a skill to have.
I was going to say you work in a library.
Right. And I have a lot of coworkers who are fluent in both English and Spanish. Mm-hmm. And in fact, just yesterday, I had to call upstairs. Hey, can you come down and do some
Espanol?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. You know, but I'm always, I always joke around and stuff, and people always say, "Oh man, you should do the announcements," because at the end of the day, there's like, we're closing in 10 minutes, we're closing in 5 minutes, comes over through the whole library, and then it's in English, then it's in Spanish.
Right.
And they're like, "Oh yeah." I said, "Dude, could you imagine?" Because like I have this, like, you've probably heard me, but I mean, I do like a Spanglish, or
yes.
like purposely I just did by saying Francais and Espanol. But I always say, mi Espanol es muy beans, and they look at me like, what? No, bien. No.
Beans.
Mi Espanol es muy beans. That means my Spanish is very good. That's what that means in Espanol.
It's not very coffee.
Yeah, and then and it takes them a little while to realize I'm joking, but sometimes are you this guy's serious? And then there's people that actually get upset.
Oh, God.
Like, "Oh, man, you can't believe you're butchering my..." I said, dude, come on. I make fun of English, too.
Yeah.
I make fun of Francais. I make fun of, any other kind of language that I can make fun of, So, anyway, I don't know how we got on that tangent, but, but no, this is awesome. I always say this on here because, and people are probably sick of me saying it, but I love bouncing around. Mm-hmm. I think it's authentic, right? Because that's the way most of our minds work anyway. We're like, squirrel, and then, but the thing that does bum me out is when I listen through later and it's like, oh, we never went back to that. Right? And it's like, oh, that does bum me out. But I do like just letting it flow and bouncing around and stuff. So we talked a little bit about early on and your musical influence from your brother and your sister. Were there any other bands that came out of that for you? Like, is there anything that came out of that maybe you're still a fan of today, or that you can still pop on and go like, oh man, that's the good old days of music?
It's tough because, and I think I heard somebody else, one of your other guests, say it. I forget who it was. That for a lot of people, or at least for me, music is often. I'm very sentimental, so I attach it to a certain time of life.
Right.
So for my younger years, like Michael W. Smith, DC Talk, things like that were just very, very influential.
Okay.
And I can't think of it, like, it's bad, because I think about all the bands. My brother would be like, you didn't list, like, these 27 other bands we listened to.
Right.
I mean, he listed early on that I was never a fan of it, was Petra.
Okay. Yeah.
And I was too young to really appreciate any of it at that time.
I like early Petra.
Sure.
Where it still sounds kind of like that 60s kind of hippie rock stuff,
Yeah. All I remember was, like, This Means War. That This Means War.
Yeah, that was a little later on, but yeah.
That was a little later.
Yeah.
And there would always be the trips that they would take to Magic Mountain.
Okay.
Six Flags, and they would have some sort of Christian.
Yeah, I remember that.
There. Yeah.
They used to have Christian concerts over there. Yeah.
But whenever we went, either I was too young to go, or like I got sick or something, and I think I only once ever went. And I'm trying to remember. I think it was like Carmen. And no, it was like I'm like,
oh my goodness,
anyway,
yeah.
Which that wasn't, yeah. So that was. There's times when, and I feel like this is the journey of Christian music, and I, this is probably gonna offend some Christian artists out there who's listening to this podcast.
Yeah, they all listen to it.
Yeah.
All the Christian artists listen to my podcast.
Absolutely.
All of them do.
But it feels like there have been seasons where it was just hymns, things like that, right?
Yeah.
And then when they tried to become more influential in the culture,
right,
they tried to mimic what other popular bands were doing.
Yes.
And there was that period, which again, even Michael W. Smith, who was one of my favorites in the mid '80s,
right?
He was basically mimicking a lot of the synthesizers, all that stuff, which was really cool.
Right.
But that was what was very popular at the time.
Yeah, he's called a pioneer only because maybe he was the first one to do that in the Christian scene.
Right.
But he's still being influenced by the secular scene. That's where he's getting that influence, right? But can any of us really say that we're not influenced by, like every artist out there, very rarely is something, yes, I came up with this style all by myself.
Right, there's nothing
No, I don't think you did. Yeah,
say, right?
exactly. Yeah.
No, and absolutely. If you're not influenced by somebody else, you're fooling yourself.
Right.
Like that's just silly.
Right.
But then I feel like when Christian music started, they didn't feel like the need to copy. And basically, here's the two playlists. Here's the secular, here's the Christian version.
Right,
of it.
right.
Shifted somewhere in the 90s, it feels like to me.
Yeah. Well, you had like Tooth and Nail Records coming out in the early, maybe mid 90s, I think it was. And you had bands like MXPX getting popular, and then and of course even today, Tooth and Nail is still a very big record label, and a lot of the really good Christian rock bands are on that label. Yeah. But I think when it first started, it was still a little more pure as far as like this was literally like Christian bands, like they were singing about Jesus, and they were, maybe even they're doing it in a screamy way, or they're doing it in a fast thrash punk way or something. Maybe the style wasn't what Christian music fans were used to. Right. They're used to things like Michael W. Smith and Amy Grant and things like that. And like, whoa, this is like, it sounds like NoFX, but it's Christian?
Right.
Wait, what? Yeah. So I think that brought in this whole group of church kids who are being forbidden to listening to bands like Bad Religion and NoFX and Pennywise. And they're like, oh, wait, I can listen to MXPX?
Yeah.
Because not only are they clean, but they're singing about Jesus?
Yeah.
Wait, what? So, but then like maybe 10 years, 15 years later than that, it seemed like almost like, and that's kind of where we are now, I guess. I know that's longer than 10 or 15 years, but it led to where we are now, to where it seems like this is where you have a lot of the deconstruction, and like a lot of these artists are saying, oh no, I'm not a Christian anymore. MXPX, good example, right? MXPX, Mike Carrera says he's an atheist now. Yeah. And a lot of their new albums do have profanity and do have stuff. And it's like, and I can appreciate that to a certain degree, right? Because at least he's being honest about it. Yeah. I don't like the bands that try to say, no, we're still a Christian band, and here's our new album with the parental advisory sticker. It's like, no, wait, there's a disconnect here. Wait, what?
Well, so, and so for me, when I stopped really, and I wouldn't say I ever really stopped, but when my brother's influence of what he listened to shifted from me just kind of trying to find, what I like. Mm-hmm. And one of the most famous bands probably of all time is U2. Oh yeah, and I loved U2. Yeah. I was like, and Joshua Tree, still probably one of my in the top 5 of all.
I don't trust anybody who doesn't say that that's their best album. Okay, I just don't. I just don't trust them. I just I can't talk to you anymore. I'm sorry. I know this is called Why Can't We Talk About That, but we can't talk about that.
And but they're one of those bands that you go, are they Christian? Because there's some people who are like, oh, they're totally Christian. I'm like, I don't necessarily think so. They might be. Some of them might have had a Catholic faith or something like that at some point.
Well, but this is a good point that you bring up, and I think U2 is a great band to use an example of that, because Bono has publicly said multiple times that he is a Christian, that Jesus is his Lord and Savior, and he talks the talk. Right. But then you listen to some of the songs. Of course, some of the songs are very Christian. Sure. You have songs like 40, which is based on Psalm 40, and you have Glory, or there's been a few songs that are, they could be played in a church. They're so Christian, right? Yeah. But then there's other songs, and you're like, Wait a minute, did you just drop the F-bomb 4 times in that song?
Right.
Wait a minute, like what's
going on?
But then I factor in like they're Irish, so they're from in different cultures. Are different with that kind of stuff. Like
F-bombs aren't as big a deal.
And it's right. It's not even seen as a I don't know. I struggle with all that anyway. But
I do too. And I mean, so they're a group that I still really, their musicianship and just so good.
Even the newer stuff they put out is great. Yeah.
And the fact that they use their platform for good things.
True.
know? But it's always that like you are like, they are probably still considered a mega star like status band,
right?
And what do you use that platform for?
Right.
Like you almost have it's the whole Spider-Man thing with great power,
right?
You know, it's almost like you have this opportunity. What are you going to use it for? Especially when you've publicly said you're a Christian.
Yes.
Do you have a responsibility to do something with that? Not necessarily. I wouldn't say like you have to.
Right.
But because once you've proclaimed publicly that you are a Christian,
bingo,
you kind of do have a responsibility.
You do.
So what are you using that for? How are you utilizing and leveraging that fame? Which, I mean, I think any band, secular or Christian, is fooling themselves if they think that they didn't get there by God allowing them to be there.
Right.
Either by him saying, I want you here because you're going to proclaim the gospel, or I want you here because I'm going to show the world, my power through this, my truth.
Like you were saying earlier, I'll show you what not to do.
Right.
You're going to be an example of what not to do.
Right. So yeah, I mean, U2, love listening to them. That's another one of all-time favorite bands.
Yeah. Did you ever see them live? Okay.
No, that would be.
I haven't.
Did you?
No,
I was going to say I've known a couple of people who have, and I'm like,
if they ever play close, we'll go.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
We'll go, and then I have another friend, Steve, who's a big fan. We'll go.
The
three of us will take a road trip.
I would just imagine that would be. I even have my picture of, mainly because of Joshua Tree. That there's a concert venue in Boulder, Colorado.
Okay.
That I went to a youth conference there when I was in like 6th or 7th grade.
Dang.
That's a whole other story. But anyway, I went with my brother and sister and other people in our church, and we went to Denver, and then like the conference happened in the conference center in Denver. But then like we're doing this special thing one day at this concert, and it's, I don't know if it's called Red Rocks or the amphitheater. It's outdoor.
Yeah.
And it's just set in these. It's amazing.
I didn't know that was in Colorado.
Yeah.
Because I've heard of that venue.
There's a Red Rocks.
Is there one closer?
I think there's a Red Rocks in California.
Okay. Because Ian was talking about seeing Iron Maiden there.
Oh, okay.
He's talking about seeing Iron
everywhere.
Yeah,
so
I know.
It wouldn't surprise me if it was in Colorado that he saw them.
Okay.
Wow, Iron Maiden. That is.
Because he used to live in Colorado too, I believe.
Yeah,
so, okay.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if it was the same.
Okay.
But that's like, I'm like, that venue would be amazing to see them in.
Yeah.
It just feels right. Like, it's just the way I picture U2 is just out in this sort of desert mountain.
Well, I'll tell you what, when we're done here, I'll call Bono up and say, hey, dude, we want to see you live, but we only want to see you live at this specific venue in this specific state. And we want you to only play album songs from Joshua Tree. Maybe Achtung Baby too. Some good songs on there too. We'll do that, and then after that, maybe let us pick 1 or 2 songs off all your other albums that we want you to play. We want you to do about a 4-hour set, and we want VIP tickets. You know, and of course he's going to say, "For you, Ryan."
Absolutely,
oh, dude, you got it, man.
Yeah,
you got it.
Wow. I'm sure he's listening right now. You'll probably get a call from him.
I will. I might.
Like, we're on it.
Yeah. Yes.
We're on it, Ryan.
Exactly. So anyway, I'm a big U2 fan. For me, Joshua Tree was where it came in because my dad had got the cassette tape.
Yeah.
In whatever that was, 87, I think that album came out, somewhere around there, like 87, 88. And I remember seeing the video for Where the Streets Have No Name and just be like, oh, this is cool, you know?
Such great music. That's like one of the best road trip albums ever.
Yeah.
Like just putting that on.
Well, because, I mean, the whole thing, there's no skippable tracks on there. There's really none. I mean, even kind of, there's some weird songs on there. But they're still good. Artsy, right. Did you ever hear POD's cover of Bullet the Blue Sky?
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, they did a cover.
Or if I didn't know
that.
But yeah,
it's pretty good.
I remember when
it's on there.
POD came out. I was like, who are these guys?
Fundamental Elements of Southtown, I think, is the album that one's on.
Okay.
I think.
I'm so bad at remembering like the names of albums and even songs sometimes, and like groups is about as far.
Well, that's why I had you on here, so I could embarrass you in front of everybody.
You're supposed to, I thought you were about to say educate me, and I'm like, that's nice of him, and embarrass. Thanks, Ryan.
That'll teach you to think I'm being nice, you know. All right, so what about like a most influential? Do you have a band or artist that you would say has literally changed your life in some way?
Ooh. I would say probably David Crowder.
Okay.
Nice. Is most influential.
Okay.
Not, and again, I would love to say it was some deeper thing, but not so much from a faith standpoint, even though, you know, his songs are Christian, but just a guy that I've seen him in concert multiple times.
Right.
And it's funny. Have you ever seen?
I've never seen him. I've seen videos of live performances.
He doesn't talk a lot between songs.
Okay.
He does, at least the last time I saw him was probably 5 years ago, so it's been a while.
Okay.
I think it was pre-pandemic.
He's all business.
4 years. Well, and that's the thing. He's not. It's not like he's like I don't want to talk to you people. You know, we're just music song after song. But he just seems to choose his words wisely, I guess. Which is funny. I say that, and yet some of the things he says are goofy and silly.
Right.
Like, and he'll just get up there and, well,
yeah.
He has that voice.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we're gonna have a great night tonight.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out.
Boom. You're gonna just go right into it.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But he's so odd, and I love the fact that this guy who's such an oddball, who thinks differently than most Christian musicians and maybe most musicians in general, super creative.
Right.
Super creative.
Yeah, every album sounds different. Yeah.
Yeah, he surrounded himself, at least when it was the David Crowder Band before he went solo.
Yeah.
But even when he's been doing his own thing, he's surrounded himself with amazing musicians, singers, things like that. And there's something about that, and I'm a person who struggles with too many words.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just end up blah.
Yeah.
Mouth,
I don't know what that's like.
I
I can't relate to that at all.
Yeah, sure. And I admire that. Okay, he's able to express his personality through his songs in a way that still glorifies God, but he has just fun doing it.
Right.
And that's what's kind of cool. Like I've seen too many Christian musicians that, and there's certainly a lot of exceptions, but that it has to all be so serious. And it's like, I'm all for taking God's holiness seriously. I'm all for being like, you know, and to me, there's a balance. He's not a worship leader.
Right.
That's different, and we'll talk some.
He kind of was for a while.
Right, but you can. To me, there's some groups you can go see live, some Christian groups, and you'll feel like it's a worship experience.
Like Chris Tomlin or something like that.
Where they're writing 90% of their songs were written, you'll sing in church too.
Right.
With David Crowder, not as much.
Right.
You'll do a few maybe, and I do a few.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's just. I think part of it was again that phase of life. It was when I was early in ministry.
Okay.
That I started listening to him and thinking like, I love the messages of his song. I love that it's not just all your standard Christian-ese lyrics.
Yes. Good term.
Yeah, Christian.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't coin it, but
yeah, you did.
Okay, I did. Thank you. Thank you. Duly noted. January 26th, 2024.
That's right. The Word was born.
But
do you remember what the first song you heard by David Crowder was?
It was probably "Here Is Our King," which is, you know, that sounds like a pretty standard Christian kind of like "Here's Our King," but it was all about. But the way he talked about when the spring arrives, he talks about it in a very kind of artsy way. And it was very catchy, and I just remember that was one of the first ones I heard, and I'm like, I like this. And then, but he got way more artistic and interesting beyond that in his lyrics. And I think Illuminate was probably the first album that I bought.
Me too.
From him.
Me too.
Was great.
And I think to this day it might be my favorite one.
Yeah. That or Remedy for me.
Okay.
Probably the two.
Okay.
I think it was called Remedy. The song on it was called Remedy.
Yeah, there's an album called Remedy.
Song,
Yeah. It's the one with the Band-Aid thing on the front.
Yeah. That song was really powerful too. So I mean, I would say David Crowder, partly because I've seen him in concert probably 5-6 times.
And now you told me a story a while back, and let's get this story on record because it's pretty awesome, about the Nutcracker. Yeah. So let's hear this, man.
So
this has to be recorded for history's sake. I mean, this has to be out there.
And again, this is just my perspective of it. It could be totally wrong.
No, it's dead on.
It's dead on.
I'm putting my stamp of approval on it because it's got to be true.
So so Stacy actually got me. My wife Stacy got me tickets to go see David Crowder in concert. Mm-hmm. And she noticed this thing when you online to register for tickets that you can also register for a chance to win a backstage pass.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, cool.
Nice.
And, excuse me, we won. Like, she won it. So we got 2 backstage passes.
You and her together?
Well, so that's the thing is we went, but then there were also some students from our youth group that went.
Okay.
And one of the students, Tara, she was a huge David Crowder fan as well. And Stacy's like, well, just take Tara back there.
Oh, no way.
So that was pretty cool.
That's
awesome. So I took her with, and I was so nervous. And if you've ever seen David Crowder, less now with the giant beard that he's got, but back then he's a tall, super thin dude with this almost skeletal face.
Yes.
Where it looks like he looks like a nutcracker. And I remember, I remember thinking that. And so we get backstage after the concert and get a chance to meet him, and I'm like nervous. And I'm like, why am I so nervous? And I didn't want to say anything stupid, but because I was nervous, he comes up and is like, hey, what's your name? I'm Matt. Nice to meet you. And like probably the second question that comes out of my mouth, or if it wasn't even a statement, I guess it was a question, or was, has anybody ever told you you look like a nutcracker?
That's awesome.
And he very graciously was like, no, I can't say that I have. But thanks. That was about it.
Yeah, because that's a compliment.
Right, yeah.
Hey, you look like a nutcracker. Hey, gee, thanks.
So then, so that was, I want to say that was in I don't know, April, May. Well, that December or November, they released a Christmas album.
Yeah.
And the album was them, the whole band, as Nutcrackers.
See?
And I was just like,
oh my gosh.
I was both honored and mortified that
you did it.
Did I do that?
I'm standing by that. What you said to him that day gave him that idea, and he's like, they probably already had a lot of the Christmas album done, but they were. This is the way I'm playing it out of my head. This is really what happened. I'm sure it's got to be. And they were just struggling because, guys, we got these great songs for this Christmas album, but what are we gonna do for the cover? We're just so stuck on this. We can't figure out what kind of Christmas album cover do we want to have here. And then you said that to him, and he went back there. Bing. What you heard him say was, no one ever has, but thanks. But in his head, he's thinking, that's it. That's it. And then he went back and he told the rest of the band, guys, what do you think about this idea? What if we're all nutcrackers on the cover? And they're like, yes! That's the greatest idea I've ever heard in my life. And then they did it.
I'll have to look at the thanks. How sometimes
they should
covers that. Yes. Maybe my name's in there.
Maybe. Do they even know your name?
Probably not.
Some random guy who said something really stupid to me at the end of the show, and
Yep. Well done.
That's so awesome. All right. Well, now that's recorded. That's out there.
There you go.
There we go.
There for all
so
time.
Since he listens to all of these, he'll hear that, and now he'll have to credit you.
Mr. Crowder, I apologize. That's a total falsehood.
All right, man. All right. So lastly. This is the last thing I do is I ask for top 5, if you could do it. Bands or artists can be some that you've already mentioned.
Right.
Doesn't even have to be 5. It can just be some of your favorites. Doesn't have to be in order.
So, so definitely up there, David Crowder.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if I would say number 1 or not, but U2. Switchfoot.
Okay.
Obviously, they were a popular group. They're another one of those where you're like, are you Christian? Are you not Christian?
Yeah.
Like, what's your deal? They, but I've always liked their music.
I think they definitely are, even though maybe not every song is about Jesus.
Well, and that's again, and I know we're kind of sidetracked from this, but that's one of those things where I'm like, well, in some ways you kind of go, are you selling out a little bit? Because you're clearly Christian, and I don't doubt that either.
Right.
But you're not really using your platform to share the gospel as much as maybe you could.
Right.
But at the same time, they reach so much broader an audience than most Christian groups.
Yeah, and they're not
do.
doing
It's
anything anti-Christian in their
definitely,
songs. It's not like they're, again, parental advisory sticker or something, Yes, we're Christians. Praise Jesus.
Yeah. And and I would say from them, like Beautiful Let Down.
Yeah.
Probably my favorite album.
Okay.
And then, I think, I say recent, it's not really that recent, but I really like Skillet.
Okay.
And that's partly being a youth pastor for a lot of years that I kind of got more exposed to music like that, and I admire them. And I'm still amazed that guy can sing that way for so long. I'm like,
still sounds good,
yeah. It still sounds amazing. So it's like, wow.
But you've heard him talk. He kind of has that anyway.
Yeah.
Like he has a raspy talking voice.
Well, what came first? Though?
That's true.
Was he singing that when I was like, hey,
that's a good point. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, and I love that. I love their style because and it's other groups have, whether they were the first or not, I don't know, but where you have that heavy male vocalist with the raspy voice. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then a female vocalist.
Yes.
The contrast is really cool.
Right.
And you're playing, it's call and response kind of music.
Yeah. Which I love that. I've always loved bands with two lead singers, especially songs where they both sing lead in the same song and they kind of go back and forth. Yeah. I love it even more when it's a guy and a girl.
Yes.
Love it.
Oh, yeah.
I always bring up Children 18-3, which is a band most people haven't ever heard of.
Okay.
Look them up.
Okay.
It's Children 18-3. I forgot. The 18-3 is based on a Bible verse. I forgot which book. Okay. But it's like chapter 18, verse 3.
Okay.
I don't remember which one it was now. It's got to be Old Testament because I don't think there's any New Testament books that have 18 chapters. Maybe Revelation. Anyway, that's not the point.
Revelation does.
Yeah.
That might be exactly.
But it's a homeschool, 3 homeschool siblings, 2 brothers and a sister. And the brother, the oldest brother, plays guitar and sings, and the sister plays bass and sings.
Oh, nice.
And the younger brother's the drummer.
That could have been my family,
dude. Right? Exactly.
Almost.
But dude, it's punk rock. So I mean, it's fast. I mean, they got some slower songs too, but they trade off on lead vocals, and almost all the songs, like where he's singing lead, she'll be doing, I don't know what you call it, harmonies, chorus in the background. That you almost don't notice, but when you notice it, you're like, oh my gosh, that sounds so cool. And then vice versa, when she's singing, he'll be doing the same thing.
Nice.
And it's just so awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
But yeah, so Skillet, that was the first Christian concert I ever saw after becoming a Christian. I actually, believe it or not, saw a few before I was a Christian, which is interesting.
That is interesting. Huh.
But yeah, they were the first. They did a free show at Midstate.
Nice.
And I saw them. It was right after Alien Youth had come out, so it was still pretty early. They weren't like huge like they are now.
Yeah.
But back then, it was his wife Corey that did the female vocals.
Okay.
They did have a girl drummer, but it wasn't Jen Ledger. It was, I think her name was Lori Peters. I think her name was.
Okay.
But she didn't sing. So it was just his wife that was doing that, and they would go. And there was only select songs that she would sing in. And then it wasn't until Ledger joined that they kind of started doing that whole thing.
Most songs,
it was totally
Which was
awesome.
great.
Yeah, I love it. So cool. But yeah, it was great, man. I got to meet all them at the end, and they were headlining, and it's kind of funny. Joy Williams, do you remember Joy Williams?
Yes.
So she opened.
Oh, okay.
And then a band called Daily Planet.
Okay.
Remember Daily Planet?
I've heard of them.
They did. What was that? How was that song? I'm just fine, but in time, the sunshine. I forgot the name of the song.
I don't remember either, but it sounds familiar. Yeah.
I know I can't be alone. Flying Blind. It's called Flying Blind.
Okay.
Anyway, they were kind of like a one-hit wonder. They had a couple songs on the radio, but they played next. And then, anyway, it was a great show. It was awesome. So yeah, I still love Skillet. Do you ever listen to like any of John Cooper's? Like, because he's very political now. Like he has a podcast where he talks all about.
Only a little bit. I've read a few things that
I
forget. It might have been my brother that forwarded to me stuff.
Okay.
I was like, okay, very, very interesting.
Very
and
outspoken.
I think I generally agree with
Right.
his viewpoints on
Yes.
almost anything.
Right.
But
right.
But yeah, so that's another example, and I know we'll get into politics too, but what are you using your platform for? And
right.
I think it's fine to use it in the political realm, use it in like more social justice kind of things.
Sure.
But, and we'll get back to this with the spiritual part of what we're going to talk about. The spiritual part.
Right.
I put that in quotes. Like we're a pastor or something like that. Anyway, but just that it's, I feel like we talked about earlier, you have a responsibility as a believer.
Yeah.
Regardless, I don't care if your influence is just on your immediate family. Use that.
Sure.
And so for these guys that make it big in music, what are you using that for?
Right.
And that's where I admire guys that will use that for the gospel.
Well, because there's a risk, right? Like, I mean,
Absolutely.
as soon as you get political, or as soon as even if you're flat out open about your faith, you run a risk, because you're going to alienate certain people that maybe liked your music before, and they're like, oh wait, this guy's conservative?
Right.
Forget that guy. Or wait, this guy's a Christian?
Yeah.
I'm not listening to that crap anymore. It's like a lot of people don't know, and that's why there's so many bands that I always use 21 Pilots as an example, because you won't hear the word Jesus in their music. But in my opinion, those are some of the most Christian lyrics I have ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's veiled, it's poetic,
right?
But if you know, right? And you're listening, you're going, oh my gosh, this guy gets the struggle between the flesh and the spirit. Like, he understands what it's like trying to walk and follow the Lord, yet being bombarded by the world and bombarded by all these doubts and all this stuff. Like, he gets it.
Yeah.
And maybe he's not using the typical kind of like, in your face Jesus. But see, they even have songs about that struggle. Like, do I just be out front and tell them what I think? Or do I veil it? I forgot the exact lyric, but it's something like that. Or do I veil it? So it's still there, but it's not. And then you're like, well, why don't you just be bold, man? Why don't you just say what you're going to say? Well, it's like, well, then what about this? And you have all these struggles and stuff. So,
I mean, it's very interesting in music that you can do that really well, or you can do it really poorly. And I mean, no matter what, you're going to have critics.
Of course.
You're going to have people that just
can't please everybody.
Yeah. If only. Speaking as somebody who struggles with pleasing people.
Yes.
But yeah, I think there's room for being artistic, not being like Jesus loves you. This sign. Every album, every song that way. It would be like, okay,
yeah,
cool. I mean, that's truth. But
because you were talking about worship music, like in church, and I tend to lean towards old hymns for that exact reason. Because some of the more contemporary lyrics that are basically just that. Right. Jesus is great. Jesus is awesome. He's so wonderful. I love him so much. No, but I'm not saying all those things are very, very true, right? But it just sounds so corny and so not real to me. Yeah. Like I like some of the old hymns where it really gets into like who you are as a wretched human, and like how the Lord deals with you, and it's just so much more real to me, you know. But
and that should be one of the purposes behind worship music is connecting our condition with God's grace.
Right.
And I've always struggled with that, balancing, is this song really about God anymore, or is this just like about me? But I think there's a balance there, because some people will say, oh, you can't sing songs that have the word I in it and me, because it should only be about God. And it's like, okay, but God cares about us.
Yes.
And we need to understand our own position before Him, before we can really worship.
If you have any people that say that to you at your church, just kick them out. Just tell them they're not allowed to come back anymore.
Okay. I'll do that. That'll be great.
You guys have that sign, right? We reserve the right to refuse service to anybody. I think every church should have that. It's very important.
I saw one of those the other day. I was like,
not at a church,
not at a church. Let me qualify that. Yeah, it was actually at Cold Stones.
Okay,
and I was like, you don't see those that often anymore.
No.
I mean, yes, they still have that right legally, any restaurant, any business, but you don't usually see it posted right where you're ordering.
Yeah. But even when it is, nobody ever uses it anyway. I wish they would use it more.
Yeah.
Like these people that are just constantly,
point to the sign.
They're just being a pain in the butt, and then they're the ones that end up getting something out of it. It's like, no, just leave. If I was a business owner, I was like, I don't want you in here anymore anyway.
Right.
You're just every time you come in here, you cause some kind of a problem. I don't want your business. Exactly. And they'll win.
Right.
That's the sad thing. But anyway, that's another tangent. All right. So lastly, we'll take these these 4 that you gave me, and if you can, give me 2 or 3 favorite songs from each. Do you think you could do that off the top of your head, or do you want to send it to me later?
So
David Crowder.
Yeah, David Crowder. I think I already said Remedy is one of them.
Okay.
Oh man, I didn't think this through. I should have thought of that. I'm so bad with like narrowing it down. I mean, "Oh Praise Him," which is just a very. It has some other name I forget in Latin or something like that. Anastasius Day or something like that.
Praise Him. That one, right?
Yeah, that one. Which is just a very like.
Yeah.
That's a pure worship song, really, in a lot of ways, but it's a great song. So,
yeah.
Yeah. U2, I would say Where the Streets Have No Name.
Yep.
Bloody Sunday.
Okay, that's a good one.
Is actually a good one.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that. There's several I could list. What else do I have there?
My favorite, I know you didn't ask, but I'm telling you anyway.
Yeah,
my
please.
favorite U2 song is One.
Oh.
You know that song off Octoon Baby?
Yes.
Even though Joshua Tree's my favorite album,
right.
One is my favorite.
That's your favorite song.
Yeah, it hits me, and I don't know why. It probably has a big part to do, like what we were saying about the time period in your life. I think I was junior high when that came out. I was like 8th grade when that came out. That album. It was like 91. Maybe I was a freshman in high school, somewhere in that time frame though, and it's just the lyrics just hit me a certain way.
That's good, yeah.
But anyway,
that's a good one.
All right, Switchfoot.
Switchfoot. One of their more famous ones, "This Is Your Life."
Is that's my all-time favorite.
Yeah, that's a great.
Did you see him play, by the way, at the? You were there, weren't you?
I've never seen them live.
Dude, you just missed it. They played at our Santa Maria.
I heard. Yeah, I know. I was.
Dude,
like, we were gone. We were going out of town or something like that. I was like, oh, I think I even saw something like a billboard on the side of the freeway that showed them, and I'm like,
yeah.
Wait, what?
It was good, and I was going to ask you when you're talking about using your platform, because he was actually very vocal about his faith from the stage, even though maybe not all the songs are blatantly that way.
Right.
But I remember on the way over there, Bethany was asking me, what's the one song, we always kind of ask each other that, like, what's the one song you'll be disappointed if they don't play it? And I said, "This Is Your Life." And I said, I don't think they're going to play it, because it's like, yeah, it's a popular song, but it's not like Dare You to Move or more like, you know, some of their more bigger ones that are off later albums. But they played it. It's like towards kind of towards the end, and I heard it come on, and I was like, yes! It was cool. Awesome, exciting. But
That's a great song.
Yeah, it's a good one.
And I like Afterlife. Great song. I like, part of it's just the music in that song. The content is really good as well.
Right.
Love the message behind that. You know, not just waiting for the afterlife to actually live your life.
Right.
You know, it's like, oh, that makes sense.
You get saved. Eternal life starts then.
Right.
Not after you die.
Well, and that's such a great message to both Christians and non-Christians, I feel like, because it's a call for believers to be like, God's given you, you're here. Don't just sit there waiting in your rocking chair to die. You know, live now. Live for Him now.
Yeah.
And
in other words, don't be an idiot.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's really what he's saying.
That song.
Don't be an idiot. You know.
AKA Afterlife.
Right. This is why I'm not in charge of the songs.
I don't think that, because aren't they originally from San Diego?
Yeah.
I have a feeling people from San Diego don't normally talk like that.
No, probably not.
But you guys lived in San Diego for a little while.
We did. Yeah.
That's
Bethany's family's from there.
Oh, okay.
So that area.
I thought she was from Texas.
No, so her parents they bought a house in Texas.
Oh, okay.
After we had already moved here. And then once her dad passed away, her mom sold the house, and now she's back in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
But they lived in Texas for, I think, 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, originally, she lived in Napoma when I met her.
Oh, okay.
That's how I met her. And then, like, within a month of meeting her, they moved to San Diego. I came to find out later one of the reasons was to get away from me. So I didn't know that at the time, but we kind of called it quits. We're like, look, we've only been together a month. This is ridiculous. We're not going to do the long distance thing. It's just over. And then I think she paged me. That's dating myself.
Early 90s.
She paged me. This was 96.
Oh, mid 90s.
So she paged me from a gas station in LA or something on their drive down, and she's like, "I don't want this to be over. I want to keep doing this, you know." And I was kind of like, "Do you still
have that page?"
I do. No. I was like, "Yeah, me too." You know, and. So I would go down there and visit, and then that got too much. Like, I'm just going to move down here. So I moved down there, and then then I ended up moving back because my roommate moved back here, and I was on my own. I was living in my car for a while. And
you said that was 96?
This was 96.
Yeah, that's the year we were married. So,
yeah, 96. Yeah, that's when I came back. I think maybe it was 97 by the time I came back.
Okay.
And then I was still doing the visit down there, and then she got pregnant.
Right.
And then she moved back here, pregnant at 17, and then we lived with my mom for a couple of years. So then we've been in this town ever since. But yeah, so I was only living in San Diego for maybe 8 months.
Okay.
I think.
We like San Diego.
It's for when it comes to big cities. I mean, and of course we didn't live in the city of San Diego. We lived in Ramona.
Okay.
You know where that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little farmer town up on the hill up there.
Yeah.
And then most of her siblings all still live down there, so we still do head down there a couple times a year.
Yeah.
In fact, all her siblings live down there except her one sister who lives in Oregon. So, yeah.
All that to say that I don't think people from San Diego will come right out and say you're being an idiot.
Right. See how I went on that? I took that as a tangent.
People from Santa Maria might. And,
yes.
More power to them.
And I am a born and raised Santa Maria. You know?
I was going to say.
Yeah. All right. Lastly, Skillet.
This is where I struggle because I don't know if I know enough single songs. Name some songs for me by Skillet.
Oh shoot! How far do you want to go back? I mean, for me,
probably not their first album or two.
Their first album is weird.
Yeah.
Because it's like it just sounds very much like trying to sound like some of the grunge of the '90s. Right. You know, it had like Gasoline was on there, like some of these
influenced by Nirvana.
Yeah, totally right. And then their second album was like a worship album. I think it's called "Hey You, I Love Your Soul." I think it was called.
Oh yeah.
It's like a worship album. Then they had "Invincible," which is when they came with the kind of the techno-y sound that they had, which carried through to Alien Youth.
I think "Invincible" is one of the songs that I'm thinking of that I really like.
Right.
And then Monster.
Monster came later,
which is
that's just a rockin'.
That's a great song.
Yeah.
It's actually my son Bennett who loves that song, and we've had conversations over it and all that stuff. And it's just really like,
Yeah, Aiden has a video out there somewhere in YouTube land where he did a drum cover of that song. Yeah, that was one of the first things he ever released, I think, before he actually started singing and doing his own music.
You could make him the 5th artist, my all-time favorite artist.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually, I just went back and listened to watched the Sound of Silence that he and
Silence.
I think that's what it was, wasn't it?
Did he do Sound of Silence?
He did a cover. Yeah, he and Zach Mayberry.
Oh, okay.
It was great. I was like, this is a great album, really good harmonies and everything. It was
and Zach actually helped him a lot on his first album that he put out. With a lot of production stuff, and because that was the first time Aiden was really putting anything out. And, that's cool. Yeah. Of course, he hates all that stuff now. Of course, it's like, I can't even listen to that stuff anymore. I just can't even listen. It's so bad. It's so bad.
I heard that's true of some art. I mean, like we said earlier about Toby Mac. Like, would he go back and listen to that first DC Talk album? Yeah. It would just cringe.
But it's everybody, right? True, somebody would look back on their double platinum selling album and be like, that's garbage. What do you mean it's garbage? It's, I bet Michael Jackson, towards the end of his career, listened back to Thriller and he's like, ew, that's terrible. That's just the worst album I've ever heard in my entire life.
So not only are you good at impersonation of Kronk, you're good at Michael Jackson. You got range, my friend.
Well, what's funny, and we'll end on this for this section. But when I used to work at Neverland, I did a much better impersonation than that. I could sound spot on like him when he talked. And we used to mess around sometimes and call. I probably shouldn't be saying this. But we would call the security office and act like him and sound like him, or get on the radios. Can we get the trains running in the amusement park, please? I want to see the trains running.
Where are my giraffes? Can you bring the giraffes to me, please?
Yeah, and it was bad, man. We used to crack up, dude. It was It was
mocking your boss.
It was fun stuff. It was fun stuff, and you could only do it when he was on property. Because otherwise they're like, he's not even here. Like, what are you doing? Like, you can't. He doesn't have walkie-talkies. Yeah. So, but that was fun. So, So anyway, all right. Well, let's jump into some political discourse.
Politics.
Yes, politics. So I know you're very political. I know you wear your MAGA hat often. You're a diehard Trump supporter. No, but for reals, I mean, I know you don't really consider yourself to be a political guy.
Not
for the most part.
Loosely.
Okay.
I try not to dive too deep into. I did have a period of life, pretty short, when I was young, 20s.
I had a period of life too. Love it.
Where I did kind of dive into that.
Okay.
And
what year was that? Do you know?
Let's see, 1993, around
So,
90,
Clinton?
93. Yeah. Well, and that's funny. Like, so when I was old enough to vote in a presidential election, it was Clinton's first term, and so I lost. Like my first time out, and I voted for the guy that lost. And
You didn't vote for Clinton?
No, I know, shocking.
But he didn't even inhale.
Apparently, he says he didn't do a lot of other stuff too.
Yeah.
But no, I considered myself a pretty naive political person. And I was down in Santa Barbara, and out of high school, started going straight to Santa Barbara City College. And I don't remember why I took this class, but I took a public speaking class. And there
you go.
And I think partly because it sounded easier than some of the alternatives that fulfilled requirements. Boy, was I wrong. But I also thought, well, at the time I thought I'm going to become a teacher, and I was like, I should probably learn to talk in front of people. So I took the class, and you have different styles of speech, and one of them was persuasive. And so they're like, you can pick any topic you want, just run it by the teacher first. And I'm like, I was all about, let's talk about abortion. And I know, talk about not knowing your audience.
And this is 93, 94?
Yeah. So,
dang, dude.
Right in front of a bunch of college students.
In Santa Barbara.
Which
is a very conservative city.
Super, ultra MAGA. And I had like all my evidence of why abortion was wrong, like all this stuff. And I got hate from, especially there was two girls that because they were allowed to give feedback. So, really put yourself out there. And I had these two girls that just ripped me to shreds. Right. And I was not prepared for it. I was just like, and I tried to kind of, rebut my speech against what they were saying. Yeah. But I was like, I don't think I can do that again, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad it still happened, but I realized I was pretty naive in the way I presented it. Okay. I was very one-sided without even considering, for an abortion, what a woman is going through and all that. Yeah. I was all about the baby, the life, which is not wrong. I still think that those are correct things. Right. But when you don't have any kind of put yourself in the shoes of a young woman who is unexpectedly pregnant,
which you can't because you're a man.
That's just true.
You're not even allowed to talk about abortion.
Or I could identify it.
You could. And then you'd be allowed to talk about it.
That's right. Yeah. So if I started the speech, I identify as a woman who just found out she's pregnant. No,
yes.
Wow, that would go over really well.
It might in California. You might get a standing ovation.
They'd be like, hey!
So brave.
If I just stopped the speech right there and then just sat down, A+.
Right.
No. So that was very interesting. And I considered myself during that time, I would listen to all the news, and I think it was within a few years of that I started listening to Rush Limbaugh and things like that, and being like, okay,
pioneers,
all this stuff, yeah. Okay. And have since then realized maybe he's not right about everything he said. He and Sean Hannity and stuff like that, and stuff like that. And I realized, okay, how do I approach this from my faith? Which was I kind of separate. I mean, with the abortion issue, there were obvious connections to, what you believe about God, what you believe about creation, about life in general. Sure. To that, but other issues I don't know, the economy. How do you connect that to your faith? Right. And to realize that, well, there's actually quite a bit the Bible has to say about money and other things like that, and wisdom and stewardship and things like that. So that's kind of where that came into play. I don't remember your original question, or did I just start?
Are you a political person? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
No, this is good. That's good. Those are both good topics to go into. I mean, so based on your original, so it sounds to me like you kind of believed what you believed about abortion early in your life, because obviously you grew up in the church. The church has a pretty strong stance, anti-abortion stance. But then you go into this classroom and you present this thing, and then you get hit by these, of course, women, who are, the whole "my body, my choice," or whatever their presentation was to you, and you weren't ready for it.
Right.
So today, if you put yourself in the same kind of situation, do you think you would be more ready for that? Do you think?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think part of it is understanding, not to be so hardline on it, I guess.
Okay.
To have, and again, I'm still very much against abortion.
Right. Do you see any time where you would be for it?
To me, the only time where I feel like it should be allowed, or could be allowed maybe, is when the life of the mother is at risk.
Right.
And then I feel like it's the mother's decision. But I don't know any moms, any women out there that are like, oh yeah, no, please abort the baby.
Right.
Instead of me.
Right.
Instead of risking my life.
Yeah.
It's possible there are women, and there's certainly circumstances that are extenuating that maybe.
Sure.
But I would say leave it up to the mother, and ideally the father would have a say in that. That's another.
You would hope.
You would hope so.
But doesn't usually, but he should.
Yeah. And that's a not talked about a lot, thing, which is kind of, I see two sides to that too. The whole, where's the father? That's the first question. Where is the father?
Right.
And does he not take any responsibility for what's happened here?
Right.
But also, should he have a say? And a lot of, grieving fathers, and we just had Sanctity of Life Sunday this past Sunday.
Okay.
And one of my things is like reaching out to men who would have been the father of a child had it not been for the choice that the mother had.
Yeah, it's
a
terrible.
difficult choice, a painful choice.
Sure.
But for like most women, I would hope it would be a painful choice.
Right.
And then you deal with all the regret.
Yeah.
And all that, and so I would say, I think coming at it from a little bit more informed angle, I would hope that I could speak a little more.
Yeah, some of the most heartbreaking videos I have ever seen in my life are the ones like of outside the abortion clinic, where the dad of the baby that the mother is carrying is just weeping and pleading and begging this girl, please don't. I just have the baby, give the baby to me. You will never see us again. We'll be out of your life. You don't have to do anything. Just don't kill my baby.
Which, do you feel like, that would be, I've never seen a video like that, but do you feel like do you think that happens a lot, or do you think that's the exception?
I really don't know. I don't know. I do know a lot of, for a lot of guys, that's a lot of times they're the ones that are pushing for the abortion, because it's like, I'm not ready to be a dad. Well, why'd you take it out of your pants then? It's pretty simple. You play the game, you go, and a lot of times I'll share my own story with them, because that's the way Laura was born. We weren't planning on having kids at that time. I was 19 and Bethany was 17.
Right.
Please, we weren't, that was not a happy time when we found out she was pregnant. We're happy now. We're glad we had her. She's a blessing. She's awesome.
Absolutely.
But at the time, it wasn't like, yay.
Right. It was like, oh, crap.
Right. It's like, now what?
Right.
But yeah, so it's just, you play the game. Hey, you run the risk of potentially becoming a parent when you don't want to be a parent.
Yeah.
If you don't want that at all, if you decide you never want kids, then go have an operation.
Yeah.
Have all the sex you want, and you can't have babies, you can't get girls pregnant. Just do it or whatever, But if you play the game,
right,
then you have to deal with the circumstances that happen if something happens. Just like Bethany and I, again, we didn't want to be parents,
right,
but we were playing a game that there was a potential to be parents, right? And for us, that's the way it worked out.
It's usually the way sex works.
So I would definitely agree with you on on the life of the mother thing.
Yeah.
But something that I read about a while ago that I found was pretty interesting is that when you talk to most doctors, I guess there's not really ever a situation like that.
That's interesting.
Like where killing the baby will somehow save the mom.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like what might save the mom in a case like an emergency situation would be to deliver the baby early. Right, like to emergency C-section, or there's some problem the mom's having. She's in medical distress because of the baby that needs to be born now, right? And it's premature. There's never a time where killing the baby will somehow make it. Oh no! Now the mom, she can breathe better and her blood's circulating now because the baby's dead.
Right.
Like that's never a situation.
Yeah.
You know.
No, that's actually a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that you always hear about this person's mother died in childbirth.
Right.
She died giving birth.
Giving birth.
So the natural conclusion would be,
right.
If she hadn't given birth, she would have still been alive. No, she probably still would have died,
Right.
Sadly.
Yeah, because even if you kill the baby, she still has to deliver a dead baby.
Right.
And she could still die in the labor. The whole point is you might have to do a cesarean to get the baby out sooner than later and then not go through the actual labor. Right? Like, be careful. I'm not saying that's not real labor. I mean, it's labor. I'm saying the actual pushing through the vaginal canal is maybe that's going to be something too much for the mom. So maybe don't do that. Maybe remove it through C-section. That obviously that happens all the time. That's very, very common. I was a C-section baby.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, all three of our kids were too.
Okay. Yes, it's very common.
After 56 hours of labor with Bennett,
and that was the first one.
That was the first one.
And she still wanted to have more kids.
I know, that's the amazing thing. But
Yeah.
after that, it was like, I think the rest are going to be C-sections. That's kind of the norm, I guess.
Yes, doctors push for that. If you've already had one, they just say, just have it all the time now. Yeah.
So, okay. Boy, that was... Yeah, we thought Bennett was going to be a May the 4th baby, which would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Could have named him Luke Skywalker.
Right, exactly.
Luke Skywalker Patterson.
Dang it. Bennett, we're changing your name. No. Started then, and then we thought, oh no, he's going to be Cinco de Mayo baby, which, since you know Spanish,
I do.
May the 5th.
That's right.
But he wound up May the 6th. So that whole time,
so he was Ceso de Mayo.
Yes. Wow, just say so. But anyway.
Oh man.
But I think, to me, back to your question about would I approach like a public speech about that or telling somebody about abortion.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I think understanding the way Jesus approached people that were in sin or in just like they were suffering because of an illness or whatever it was, like the compassion that he showed. And I realized I didn't approach that. I approached it a little bit more like a Pharisee. In the sense that I approached it very legalistically.
Right.
And it's like most of the things that the Pharisees said in the Bible were accurate. They were just misplaced.
Right.
And it was misplaced for them to say it at times. It was misplaced who they said it to in different ways.
Yeah.
But it was, but Jesus came to like still speak the truth, just like they were speaking truth.
Right.
But with God's grace, with his love, and his harshest words were to the religious leaders of the day primarily.
Yeah.
But that didn't stop him from addressing sin in anybody.
Right. Right. Be in the world, not of the world.
Right.
Right. There's a difference between condoning sin and shunning people who are sinners.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that when I considered that kind of approach to an issue like abortion, I'm like, can I have compassion for this person, their situation? And a lot of times you don't know the whole story when you come, and especially in pastoral ministry. Sometimes you know the person really well. Sometimes you're said, hey, can you come talk to my son or my daughter or whatever? And I'm like, can you tell me a little bit about what's going on here?
What am I walking into here?
Right. So you have to approach it with a lot of listening, a lot of compassion, and but still ready to speak truth.
Sure.
And that's where Jesus did the best at that. For some reason, he was really good at it. I don't know.
Yeah, and for some reason, it's almost like he had a gift. And I think that for most in the pro-life side of things, that is the way they approach things. They are compassionate. They are empathetic. Yes. They try to talk to them and understand and hear their story and the whole deal, a lot of people think, no, all these pro-lifers are like all these guys blowing up abortion mills. Right. And it's like, no, that's like two guys. Like that's psychos, right? That's not most of the pro-life movement. We are pro-life for the mother and the babies and the whole thing, right? Like it's about the whole package. And one of the things I love to see when I watch like guys like Jeff Durbin, do you know Jeff Durbin? Okay. Yeah. So some of his videos outside of abortion mills are just beautiful, the way he's able to communicate with some of these people. Yeah. But I like when you'll have like a feminist, pro-choice kind of woman that's all back, I'm pro-abortion because I'm pro-woman and I'm pro-woman. And Jeff Durbin, and I've heard others say this too, will say, well, so am I. Right. I'm totally pro-woman. And then he'll state the statistic of how many female babies are killed every year. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I'm pro those women too. Yeah. Because if you don't kill those little women, they're going to grow up to be women someday. Right. And through abortion, they're getting killed. It's like, so I'm pro-woman. Yeah. And I'm pro-man. Yeah. And I'm pro-baby. And I'm pro-life, right? I'm pro-life for all of these people. I don't think any of these people should be killed, Yeah. So it's kind of a cool thing to say.
It's interesting too. I don't know if you saw this, and I considered whether or not to be a part of it, or even if our church should be a part of it. I got an invitation, and I don't remember which organization was putting it on. It may have been CareNet, it might have been something else, but anyway. But there was an invitation to come and sing Christmas carols outside of Planned Parenthood. Oh, which I was like, I don't know what to think of that, because it's like a form of protest in a sense, which I'm not huge on that. I mean, there's a time and place for it. Sure. But it's also, you're just singing Christmas carols. It seems perfectly harmless, but the intent is to try and minister to women that might be going in there. But I was conflicted. We wound up not even, in fact, the schedule didn't even work out to do it. But I still wonder, I'm curious what you would think. I'm going to turn the tables on you. Like, is that something you would do? Would you sing Christmas carols outside of
I don't know.
Parenthood?
My whole thing is always like my kids. Are my kids going to be... See, this is the question I always ask when somebody says, would you do this?
It's a good filter.
Would you do this? Yeah. Well, are my kids with me, or am I just by myself? Is it just me and my wife? Is it just me? Like, what's happening? Because that's really the question. Yeah. And I'd answer the same way, like, because our church, Calvary, I think they do it every year. They do like a Sanctity of Life.
Oh, the crosses.
They do that, but then they also do like a march where they like walk through. I think they start in prayer. They have like a prayer time where they pray for that situation, and then they take like they call it something like a life walk or a life march, and they take a walk through town, this big group of people, and they end up at Planned Parenthood is like where they stop, and then they pray outside of Planned Parenthood. It's not confrontational. They're not like knocking on the door, and they're not holding signs that say God hates you or anything like that. Right, exactly. It's not a mob. But from what I've heard, they've had some, obviously you're going to have some backlash. You're going to have some people that are, So I always think to myself, I would be a part of that. Yeah. Like, because I feel like I can handle that. I can deal with that. I can deal with somebody yelling and cussing at me and telling me they hope I'm dead because I'm pro-life. And I can take all that. Right, but I don't know if I want my kids to be there for something like that. Even if my kids weren't targeted directly, even for my kids to hear adults yelling at other adults in that way, I'm like, I don't know if I really want them to be a part of that yet,
You bring up it's sort of a side point, but connected to that. Yeah. That sometimes, as a parent, our kids, I think, save us from making choices that might not be so wise. That they're a filter for us. But on the flip side of that, does being a parent, especially of kids of a certain age, stop us from doing something maybe we should do? Probably. Like and get involved in.
I'm sure it does in my situation. Yeah,
me too.
All the time.
Too. So
yeah. So the lesson is just don't have kids.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. What were we thinking, man? But yeah, I think for sure, and I think about that a lot. I think like, am I not following the Lord's direction for my life because I have fears for my children? Sure. Or, some of them are very valid fears. Yeah. But it's like, but God knows what he's doing, right? And that's where we talked about before, that's where you got to get into that whole, do I trust God or do I not trust God?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like you put your faith on pause in that sense of following God's will. during, when your kids are from the time they're born until they're 18.
Right.
It's not like, well, right now I can't do those things.
Right.
And yet, a lot of Christians do. And I'll
Right.
admit to have said probably not going to do that because of my kids.
Right.
But at the same time, they're our first ministry.
Right.
That's our first, and that's the ones that God's given us responsibility for.
Right.
So, and I always wrestle because I see family, and this is a tangent a little bit, but I see families that I know people that like the church I first started ministry at. The senior pastor there and his wife decided, I think they were 11 years in church and ministry, and they picked up their kids and they moved to South Africa to work in the townships there because it was all inspired by reading a Time magazine article on the AIDS pandemic there.
Oh, okay.
And how many kids were becoming orphans as a result of it.
Right.
So it led to this whole ministry, and they were there for a bunch of years. This is a ministry that's still going on.
Wow.
But they took their kids, and their kids, the kids were young.
Right.
I want to say they were like 7, 5, and 3 or something like that at the time. So young kids. At one point while they were there, they were like held at gunpoint,
Dang.
So it's like your kids see this stuff.
Yes.
So on the one side, I'm like, no way. I'm not going to expose my kids to that and endanger their lives, and at worst, or not even allow them to feel that kind of hate from somebody like you're talking about.
Right.
But at the same time, what an example to them, where they're like, we don't have to fear.
Yes.
Like, God's got us. And
I know. How strong of Christians are they going to be as adults because of those things that they were exposed to as kids?
Right.
See, I hate that.
I know.
It's such a hard thing to deal with, because you're trying to make the best decision for your kids and you're trying to do the right thing. But at the same time, you want to follow the Lord and trust Him that wherever He's going to lead you. Yeah. I mean, and even God forbid, and I say God forbid loosely because I shouldn't be saying that, maybe He's going to lead them into a place where they're going to die.
Right.
And maybe that's part of His plan.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all part of the way that things are supposed to go.
Yep.
For whatever reason,
Yep.
right? And that's all trust in the Lord too. But then you're like, yeah, but God, I mean, this is my kid.
Well, it comes down to we live too much for this life.
True.
We're supposed to make the most of this life for whatever God has for us.
Right.
But we often, and especially, it's magnified when it comes to our kids because we want them to have the best life possible. We want them to be safe. We want them to be provided for. And if it's like, what if that's not God's plan for them?
Right.
Is that okay?
Yes.
And I think most parents in the moment would be like, no, that's not okay.
No, sorry, God, I know better than you on this one.
Right.
Obviously, you flipped your lid here. So, I mean, I have to do the right thing for my kids, Right.
And I mean, back to the politics thing. So that's one thing that I grew up with parents that, especially my dad, very outspoken about his conservative views and things like that. And
still is.
Very much so.
Yes.
And, I give him credit for, like, not being afraid to say what he thinks. He'd be a funny guest on this show.
He would be. Yeah, he would be.
But at the same time, that affected me. It influenced me in mostly good ways. Okay. And, I saw, he would... sometimes much to my mom's chagrin, he would have the news on, and just he didn't care who was in the room. He's like, we're watching this, and he would start talking to the TV and all that stuff. And we'd be like, so I just absorbed all that as a kid, and you're like, oh yeah, you're bad, Clinton, and things like that, and whoever it was, and so. Not having, a more informed mind, I just early on thought Democrat bad, Republican good,
Right.
But then, and I think I mentioned this in my email to you about what we might talk about, that I didn't find out until I think I was 20, something like that my dad is registered as an independent.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, wait, what? You talk so much about, but then I and as going into adulthood, and I guess I was younger than that when I first realized it, now that I think of it. But anyway, I realized, no, he holds very much independent views. It's not one part or the other.
Interesting.
Or the other necessarily. Okay. Just most of his views happen to land in a Republican camp, but certainly not all of them.
Yeah. Well, it just seems that way, right? That for the most part, again, I'm not trying to use a blanket here to cover everybody, but for the most part, a Bible-believing Christian is going to tend to fall on most of the right-leaning topics. Like if you put, I don't know, 1,000 Bible-believing Christians in a room and you ask questions like, are you pro-life or pro-choice? Right? 99% of them are going to say pro-life. Right. You know, I mean, there might be a few in there. They're like, oh yeah, I'm pro-choice or whatever, you know. Right. But I mean, it's not even going to be comparable. You know, or you say, are you for the Second Amendment rights? Mm-hmm. Right? Most of them are going to say yes. We think that should be. You know, what I mean, it's just there's certain things that just kind of fall into the right-leaning mindset, and I have to specify Bible-believing Christians because I mean, everybody's a Christian these days. It seems like, right? That's a term everybody uses. And I'm sure you've heard me say before that somebody asks me I'm a Christian, I don't say yes right away because I want to know what they mean by that. Yeah, it's like, well, you describe what that means, and then I'll tell you if I fit that description. Right. So it's just part of that. I guess it's just part of that. And I'm not saying that if you are a Christian, you have to be a Republican or you have because like I personally don't line up with any of the political name tags. Right. Like I wouldn't consider myself a Republican or a Democrat or even an independent or a liberal or any. I mean, but if you're asking me some of these topics, I'm very right leaning, right? And even people tell me, well, I'm not political. I'm not. Well, but I can ask you a few questions and I can tell you which side of the fence you fall on. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's not that hard to do. You know? So
and I definitely and so I'll say on recording, you know, I'm still registered as a Republican. But when I first...
Let the hate mail start now.
Bring it on. My email is... No, but I think because back when I first registered, you know, to vote as an 18-year-old, I was like, this is what number one, it was what I assumed both my parents were. I found out my mom was, my dad was not. Which I was like,
that probably just rocked your world. You were like, what am I going to do with my life?
It really kind of did. I was like, what is going on? Is he really my father?
Yeah.
No. But so I think but it's good, and the discussions he and I have had over the years have been good. It's helped me realize I don't have to just follow a party's, you know, platform and all that stuff, that it is important to think about issue by issue where you stand on things. And especially as a Christian, you know, what would God say? You know, would Jesus have been a registered Democrat or Republican?
No, Jesus was a white middle class Republican. We all know that, Matt. I mean, it's in the Bible.
He was a Middle Eastern registered libertarian. No,
you'd think so. You'd think he was American based on the way people act around here sometimes. It's like, you guys realize that, like, he wasn't white, right? Like, you know that, right? And he wasn't political, really, in any way at all. You know, he followed his father, who's God. So, I mean, God doesn't have a political party.
Yeah, the Jesus party.
Yeah, the Jesus party. Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, that was very good for me to learn. And then into my 20s, just kind of being like, all right, what does this all mean? And I still found myself still leaning very conservative in most views.
Right.
I would say that the one thing that is interesting is having balancing the whole, like, I want to be compassionate, because often like conservatives are not thought of as compassionate. No. That tends to be like owned by the
they're not. But it's interesting that they're not.
Right.
And I'll let you finish what you were going to say, but then I'll tell you what I mean by that.
Yeah. So they're not. You know, that's not the stereotype.
Right.
They're thought of as just cold, truth, black and white kind of.
Yeah, the Ben Shapiro facts don't care about your feelings kind of attitude, right? Yeah.
Right. And yet, the decisions that are made by a more left-leaning person, and again, I'm generalizing, based on, in the name of compassion, tend to be some of the most foolish decisions that you can make. Not only fiscally, you know, like how we're going to spend the money. Well, let's just put it all in these programs, these welfare programs and stuff like that. And it's like, well, but then ultimately, is that actually helping that person?
Correct.
And is a more conservative approach actually going to change the system, which is what most people point to as broken, which, you know, we could get into to talk about that, whether it's a systematic problem or is it just our culture.
Right.
I always go back to the bigger picture. The real issue is sin.
Yes.
You know, but not everybody will, of course, they'll be like, oh, you're one of those religious
folks.
And like,
you're one of those Bible thumpers.
Thank you very much. Yes. But I mean, that, you know, and it's hard to like use that it's really weird in our country too that, and in some ways I'm glad we seem to be drifting away from being a Christian nation,
right.
quote unquote.
Right.
And I say that because even though I believe, the founding forefathers, for the most part, certainly not all of them, founded this country with a belief in God, with
right.
a belief in His sovereignty.
Yes.
And under His domain, under
right.
His authority.
Right.
Which is why you see stuff like, in God's name we trust, printed on money that
right.
we use and all that.
Right.
But
I thought that was because of the Illuminati.
Well, there is that. That's true. The little triangle thing. You're like, what's that all about?
The all-seeing eye.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Whose eye is that? It's Benjamin Franklin's. Just kidding. Yeah, he's the
probably is
head guy. Probably, I have no idea.
Yeah, he's still alive somewhere.
Cryogenic state.
Yeah. But what would you say? So, is there anything that you think that you would not fall on the conservative side of things, like just kind of a general, like, are there any issues that you kind of feel like you fall more on the liberal side of things?
Not necessarily. I guess more middle, maybe,
okay.
on things. Things like when it comes to dealing with the criminal justice system.
Okay.
I tend to lean a little bit. I used to be much more like just cut and dry. Like, you commit a crime, you pay the time, whatever. But now, kind of realizing, well, there's circumstances to be considered that are sometimes beyond that person's control. Mental health, for example, is
sure.
a big thing.
Sure.
And it's like, do we just cut and dry? You committed this crime.
Right.
We don't care what motivated you or anything like that. You
right.
just are going to deal with it.
Well, what's the alternative? Let's say there's a guy who's obviously mentally disturbed, and let's say he's seeing things, he's hallucinating. He thinks he's in a totally different world, and in the world he's seeing, there's zombies attacking him.
Right.
So he's shooting them all and taking them out. Well, the reality of it is he's running around a mall shooting all these people.
Right. Right. So
obviously there's a very serious crime that's been committed there, right? So obviously it's not. I know you're not saying this. I'm just trying to lay some groundwork here.
Yeah.
You're obviously not saying, well, because he has a mental condition, obviously we should just let him run free because he doesn't know what he's doing. The poor guy, right? Obviously you're not saying that, but what you're saying is maybe just throwing that guy in jail for 50 years. May not be the best solution for him. Right. So what would you say would be the best solution for him? Right.
So I think that, and it's interesting because just within the past 10 years, maybe even less,
mm-hmm.
I know at least in California, maybe federally, I don't know, they've changed some of the laws that if a crime is committed because of something like that, and there's mental illness is
mm-hmm.
a factor, that they can get what's called a mental health diversion as their case,
mm-hmm.
and that is and I don't understand all of it, but from what I understand it's they will take that person, they will make sure they're basically on probation.
Okay.
And they'll make sure they're like in a treatment program, and
okay.
they're still like reporting, they're still checked on.
But like out on the street still, and just meeting with somebody,
still living life. Now it depends on what kind of crime. Now
what if that was the crime? What if they literally killed 15 people in a shopping mall?
Obviously they need to be kept safe
away from the public. Okay,
right?
Gotcha.
But as far as like just general population prison, probably not the best place for them either.
Yeah, and that's what I would say too. They need to be removed from society simply for the fact that they don't kill any more people.
Right.
But then I'm with you. Like, I don't think they should just be put in a jail.
Right.
Because then they're not really receiving the solution to the problem, which is they have a mental illness. They need treatment for that mental illness, whether it's through drugs of some kind or therapy or whatever it is, right? Yeah. getting through trauma maybe that they suffered as a child. I mean, who knows how they got where they are. Maybe they're on drugs. Maybe they started doing drugs and that's what's causing them all these hallucinations and all this kind of stuff. Right. So they need to go through some kind of detox. They need to go through, and I think there needs to be like qualified people that are able to not only determine and diagnose, but to be able to even say, okay, we can treat this guy over a certain amount of time, and then he'll be good to go. Right. But then there's other cases where it's like, no, the damage is so severe that this guy needs to be on a certain medication for the rest of his life. And if he forgets to take that medication or he's not on that, he's going to go into a shopping mall again and shoot people. Right. There's no way around that, you know.
Yeah.
So
so as far as like, to me, that's I guess that's where I lean a little more middle when it comes to politically, because I know, and again, this is generalizing, more conservatives tend to be more like, just go to prison,
right?
You know, and I know there's exceptions to that rule, just like there's exceptions on the liberal side to say, when it comes to stuff like that. But like that's an example of where, to me, you need to, each individual case needs to be considered. All these extenuating circumstances, it's going to take resources that this individual or their family may not have to provide medication, to provide treatment, all that stuff.
They almost never will.
So who pays the bill for that kind of stuff? And should it be the federal government? Right. I.e., really should it be the taxpayers? And that's where it's like, well, that's where it's difficult, because some people will be like, I'm not going to my money towards somebody's mental problems. I don't want that, you know. Right. And it's like other people will think about, well, if you think about the alternative, you know, and some detached from anything like that honestly wouldn't care. They'd be like, just get them out of society, get them out of harming my kids, and I get that.
Sure.
But it's also like, if they're not some person that just has evil intent or had a bad day or whatever, you know. Obviously they had a bad day, but if something like that would happen, but they need help.
Yes.
And I think, you know, now you can take that to an extreme on the more liberal side and say, well, certainly all people who have committed crime are clearly mentally disturbed and have some sort of they need treatment.
Right.
And it's like, well, where from a Christian perspective, we have to understand that there's sin, right?
Yeah.
And that's ultimately our problem.
Yes.
You know, now it's hard to like legislate that,
right,
from a federal sense, but
but there's something more going on, right? Because you and I would both agree that everybody has sin, right? We're all born sinners. Yet then here's you and me sitting here. Yeah, do we commit sin? Sure, we do. Of course we do, because we're sinners. But have we ever shot up a shopping mall?
Right.
No. So I mean,
as far as you know, I haven't.
As far as I know, I can't even imagine you doing something like that. But so there's more at play here than just, you're right in saying, yes, ultimately sin nature is the issue. But what is causing one person's sin nature to do something that drastic, and which is a small minority of the population of sinful people are doing things like that. Right. That's why it's such a shock when it happens.
It's always a minority.
Well, right. That's why when it happens, we see on the news, we're all devastated by it, because it's such an anomaly when it happens. It's not like everybody's going out every day and shooting people up. It's just not happening.
Although, and that is connected to that, is you look at how much more frequent, at least it seems like, we have mass shootings, things like that, where you're like, is that because it's just gotten a lot more attention? Is that because there's copycat people who are doing this? Or is that because we have a real problem? And I don't know for sure, but I would guess, you know, at least half of the cases where it's like somebody goes shoots up a school, shoots up a mall, there's a mass shooting, mental illness, mental health is involved.
Well, there has to be.
You would think so.
I mean, I don't think a person of sound mind could ever bring themselves to do something like that.
Right.
I just don't think you could.
The only way I would maybe disagree is that somebody, yes, not of sound mind, but what led them to not being of sound mind?
Right.
Could it be that somebody that like, oh, I got fired from this job,
Sure.
and now, and they have all these, now I can't provide for my family, and it feels unjustified,
Right.
and they're just in the moment, they
It's
lose
like a
their
temporary
mind.
insanity
Right.
kind of thing.
They lose their mind in the moment, which
Right.
is, it's a legal defense that some lawyers will use. Oh,
Right.
well, that he was out of his mind in the
Yeah.
moment,
Yeah.
and so. Is that fair to use that as a defense? I don't know. That's a discussion for another time.
I think
suppose.
each circumstance it'd be a case by case.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But is this person already could they be diagnosed with a mental illness?
Right.
That is the main contributing factor for this. Now there may be other factors, but is that the main thing?
Right.
Do we treat them the same as? And you're right. It's the exceptional. It's the rare thing that happens just from somebody who's of sound mind. Right. I think it can still happen, but it's very rare.
Right.
Very rare that would happen without some sort of like something's wrong in this person.
Something snapped, whether it was snapped for a while or snapped for that 20 minutes that they ran around a mall with a gun.
Right. Or
whatever.
Their mind is broken.
Right.
In some way.
Right. Right.
So I think that's where I lean. I would say I've shifted to lean a little bit more from the political spectrum anyway, middle ground to say I think we as a country need to be able to address this issue, and if it takes taxpayer dollars,
yes,
I think we need to,
yeah.
because the alternative is we're going to have a lot more problems, and I'm thankful that it seems like culturally the stigma of mental illness seems to be less. Like it's talked a lot about more. It's a little more normal for people to consider it. There's a lot more resources than there were even 10 years ago. But it still becomes a question of, well, who foots the bill, because it always follows the money, right?
Right.
And that's where people will get into a lot of debate, and I think it depends on your experience to say where you land on that.
Sure.
But that's probably the one area.
Yeah, so I mean, it's something that's been thrown around before by people, is that, because I think the way it is right now is we vote, right? We vote in our society and say, okay, well, should this percentage of tax money go towards XYZ or this or that? And that's kind of how they delegate where the tax money is going to go. But there's been talk of like, what if each individual person could decide where they want their individual tax money to go? Like obviously for those that are pro-life, we don't want any of our tax money going to fund Planned Parenthood or at least the abortion side of Planned Parenthood. Or things like that, or maybe even things like we don't want any of our tax money going to help Ukraine or help Israel, or maybe you do want it. I mean, so like it being individualized as opposed to majority vote said that, let's say in California, the majority vote says we want money to fund Planned Parenthood. And we want our tax money to fund Planned Parenthood. Well, you got the minority in this state, the minority of pro-life, conservative people. They're like, I don't want my money going to, I mean, I'm the one earning that money.
Right.
Why are you taking it and putting it towards something that I am completely 100% against? You know what I mean? So, but I think that would be tricky to do it that way.
Very tricky.
Even though it sounds good on the surface, but
could you designate? They're going to be like, okay, here's we want to take this much tax from you as to be able to fund the government programs, some of which are the potholes in the roads, which are still driving me crazy.
Oh man, there's bad ones.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
They haven't been fixed since 2 years ago when we had big storms, and then last year again was bad. Anyway.
Yeah.
But it's like, do I want? And I know that's why they have local government where you can, bonds and certain things that'll go towards a specific thing. But could you customize it so much so that you, Ryan Hester, as an individual, could say, I want my taxes to go, and then they list towards this, and not this.
Right, and even by percentage.
Right.
Like, I want 50% of my taxes to go towards this because I feel strongly about this one.
Right.
But then it's funny because then you'd have people opposing.
Right.
Right? So you'd have, like, let's take the abortion thing. You'd have, like, all the pro-life people, and I want 0% going towards abortion, and I want 50% of my taxes going towards getting rid of Planned Parenthood or whatever, right? The anti-Planned Parenthood, and the other side's going, no, we want to force. And you have to, all right, we got the percentages here, and is this going to go out of business? Is it not? It's going to be a close one. It's almost like watching a sporting event or something.
Right. Well, and if you did that, I mean, it would be a logistical and accounting nightmare probably to deal with that.
Goodness.
I can't imagine.
But it would create new jobs.
But it would. Let's do it. Let's do it.
All these accountants coming out of the schools now,
Yeah. But I think that it would be very interesting. It would be certainly much more representative, of the citizens of the country, saying my money gets to go where I want it to go. You're still gonna no matter what. Like if you did it this way, which would be interesting. If you said no matter what, we are going to take 15% of your income, and it's going to go towards government programs, but you get to choose which ones.
Which ones, yeah.
And each year you get to, or even each paycheck.
Right.
That would be really interesting.
Yeah, so you're still paying the same percentage of taxes as everybody else. You're just choosing where that money's going to go.
And then the programs that get funded, I mean, in some ways it's very representative of the country, because obviously the ones that are more funded would be the ones that clearly are popular with the people.
Right. And you'd end up seeing, conservative states having more conservative things happening and liberal states having more liberal things happening. It's just the way it is, you know?
Yeah.
Like California, you'd obviously have abortion would be funded big time here because it's always going to be that way, just because that's where we live, But if we're in Tennessee or somewhere like that, Texas or wherever, it's going to be a different story.
It'd be interesting.
So,
yeah.
And that's what I find interesting too. Everybody's talking about, does anybody realize that the next civil war is looming? Everything happening on the border in Texas right now with Greg Abbott and putting up the fence and all that stuff. And it's just, it's getting to a point, and I was saying this even before Biden was elected, that I think that it's getting to a point where people are getting so divided over political issues and over whatever issues, beliefs, and this kind of thing, that they're almost, it seems like there's going to be a Western United States and an Eastern United States, or a North and a South again, or however they're going to do it, right? And people are going to gravitate towards the states that their government is upholding more of their values.
Right.
And, so just by design, I mean, if someone is very liberal, they don't want to live in a conservative state where all the laws are pretty much going against what they believe. And as a conservative, you don't want to live in a liberal state where they're like, all these laws are going right against what you want, what you believe, know?
Well, we see that already, even just state by state, without dividing the whole country. But it could come to that.
Yes.
I mean, you see tons of people leaving California. I know that at one time you guys considered it.
Still considering it.
My brother is planning to move to Idaho.
Okay.
My younger brother.
Okay. Where your sister is.
My sister, up there along with my parents.
Okay.
Go with them.
Okay.
So that's like and it's in large part because of the politics of California.
Right.
Leaving. So
exactly.
Which I sympathize with.
Right.
I still feel like you're going to run into these problems no matter where you go.
Yes.
You do realize this, and but for people in certain situations when your kids are younger, especially, or if like she's a teacher in the public school, my sister-in-law, and they're faced with pretty difficult choices and potentially like this is going to be the end of your career decisions if you stick with your guns.
Right.
And that's where they're kind of like, I don't know if
So you're faced with either deny your own morality,
right,
or lose your job. Right.
Yeah. So it's a little like, okay, so I totally sympathize with their reasons to move.
Yeah.
I don't know that it'll be as like a lot better moving to Idaho. I don't know Idaho's politics that much. I mean, the way Julian talked about it, it's like you can just carry guns everywhere you go and do whatever you want.
And that's one of the things, you probably heard me say this before, that's one of the things Ian told me when he first moved. He's like, dude, it's so weird up here. You're not going to believe this. Up here, there's only 2 genders. What? I'm like, get out of here. What?
Yeah, but the question is what genders? No.
Yeah, which ones? Yes. Non-binary and pansexual.
Oh, gosh.
I don't even think those are genders. I think I just totally messed it up. I'm going to get hate mail now for that one.
You already get hate mail.
I already get hate mail, too.
You wish you got hate mail.
I should read you.
Show is that popular.
I should read you.
Have you gotten it?
I've gotten not a lot, but yeah, there's really? One specifically that's kind of funny. It's been a while, but this was back like prior to, I think it was still during the first season.
Okay.
No, it was right before the second season started because it was based on, I don't know how far you are, but it was based on, I have the question and answers from the first season. Did you listen to the Q&A from
With
the first season?
you had like a panel of like 3 people?
No, that was the roundtable discussion.
Okay, listen to some of that.
Okay,
but I don't
it's
think I did
after
the
that
Q&A.
one.
Oh, no, I didn't.
It's a Q&A. It's basically just me answering questions that
okay. I'll have to listen to that. No, I
that
did not.
came in, and there was somebody. I'm assuming after listening to that episode, I still don't know who this person is because they didn't identify themselves. They contacted me anonymously and ripped me apart as far as saying, but they were directly referencing some of the things I said in that Q&A, and then started accusing me of going against the gays and hating on the gay community. And I was like, what are you, please show me anywhere in any of my episodes where I say that, or where I even imply that. But see, that's where we are today, is where it's like, if I say the statement, I believe living a homosexual lifestyle is sinful.
Right.
Oh, you hate them then?
Right.
No, that's not what that means. And it's so important now that we understand our terms and we know what we're saying, because there's so often that people are arguing and they're not even arguing over the right thing, right? Oh, you pro-life people, you don't think women can do whatever she wants to do with her own body.
Right.
Oh, sure I do. I absolutely do. It's the body inside her body that I have a problem with.
Right.
Let's get the terms right. Any of that stuff. Or you hate the trans community. If you don't say that a biological male who believes himself to be a woman is a woman, you hate all the trans people and hope they're dead.
Right.
No, that's not true at all. I actually love them enough to try to help them and tell them the truth. Right? That's what's happening here. But you don't like my answer, therefore I'm hateful and bigoted. It's like, we got to get past all that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and just jumping into that realm for a little bit.
Yeah.
So I've been coaching volleyball for my son's volleyball team, and the first year I wasn't coaching that year, but I was just a parent helper basically.
Okay.
And there was a young woman who tried out for the boys team.
Okay.
And identified as a male.
Oh, okay.
And I was told beforehand, I'm like, if you run into this situation, they're allowed to try out. And you need to find out how they prefer to be called.
They're allowed to try out, but you can just tell them they didn't make the team.
Right. No. Well, and the first year, they made the team.
Okay.
And they say you need to refer to them with the proper pronouns and things like that. And it drove me a little bit nuts. But but I had to really think about it. I'm like, okay, where will the issues come into play? Because I could either just be like so upset against it, but that's not going to help this I'll call her a woman, but even though this person, and what is the right way to approach it, right? And it led to some interesting conversations with my son about it, which were good. I'm glad we had them, but I told him mostly I just feel sad for somebody in that situation, because at least from where I stand, they're just confused. Right. They may genuinely feel like they are not, and they're not just trying to put on a show. Right. They're not just, and I've known plenty of people even when I was in high school. Yes. Even way back in the old days.
Yeah, gender dysphoria is a real thing.
Oh yeah. That it was very confusing for them. Where and it's like most people just kind of go, "What is wrong with you?" And it's like they really feel that way. They're not. It's not just some show, and usually it's a phase. Sure. For I would say, I don't know, I'll just throw out a percentage. Probably 70%, 80%. Right. It's a phase while what teenager into early adulthood is not trying to figure out who they are and all that stuff. Yes. And so for some, they come out of that and realize, oh no, this is who I am. Right. It's become way more culturally acceptable, which to me actually adds to the confusion. Right. Wait, I am. No. Instead of really being like, well, biologically speaking, you are the. And I know there's obviously, somebody could be born with different. Yeah. Biological, genitalia and all that
Some
stuff.
are born with both.
Right, and that's where it's like, okay, that is legitimately like, wow, what do you do with that? That's boy. Right. Those are really rare, as I understand it.
And it's an anomaly.
And
not
to
it's
say
not normal.
Not to say that the rare shouldn't be also considered, because that's. But as far as like, oh, this happens all the time as a general trend, as a way to justify. Yeah. And I think it's the people that jump on board, and usually politicians, and jump. Oh, we need to support these people. Okay, well, what is the best way to support somebody?
Yes.
Who's confused on who they are?
Right. But they don't see it that way. That's the thing. They don't think they are confused.
Right.
They think we're confused because we just can't understand why they are a woman or they are a man.
We're just very narrow-minded.
We're very narrow-minded.
Very narrow-minded.
Bigoted.
For sure.
Yes, absolutely. But I mean, I always tell people, so I have no problem using the proper pronouns.
Right.
Because the proper pronouns are the ones that line up with your biological sex. That's the proper pronoun to use. If you are a biological male, you are a he.
Right.
You're asking me to use the improper pronouns, right?
Well, the thing that came down to it, and again, I wasn't coaching at the time, but was, well, could this become an issue?
Right.
And the schools have obviously thought through that or not thought through that. I don't know. But it is along the lines of, okay, what about locker rooms?
Right.
And it was made very clear to her that she would be changing in a different locker room than the rest of the team.
It was.
Which I'm like, so you are identifying this person, even though we're not supposed to.
Do you see what I'm saying? That is a disconnect right there. Because if that person is actually a boy, which is what they want you to believe,
right,
then why is she dressing? Now we have a different problem. Because now you have someone who is a boy dressing in the girls' locker room.
Right.
You can't have that.
Right.
Oh, but she can't dress over here. Why not? You said she's a boy.
Right.
Because we all know she's a girl. That's why.
Well, and to be clear, I think they did provide her with just an individual bathroom, not like a girls' locker room.
Okay.
And
I think most people are fine leaving this topic alone.
Right.
Until it impacts them personally.
Right.
Right. As soon as your daughter comes home and says, there was a boy showering with us today, and he had a penis.
Right.
And I saw it.
Right.
And I'm in 9th grade.
Right.
Right. I've never seen one of those before.
Right.
Right. And we're supposed to sit there and say, oh, well, no, honey, it's okay because see, he's a girl. He's a girl with a penis.
Yeah.
Which is confusing the heck out of our kids. They're like, wait, what? Wait a minute. That's not what I thought.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, and then it even becomes, because I mean, you're told that, because some people are facing lawsuits apparently over abuse when they deny the gender that somebody, their son, even parents, that their son or daughter identifies as. Whereas you're not necessarily facing abuse if your daughter, my daughter, goes to school, like they're part of the volleyball team, and a boy comes in and is changing with them and all that stuff.
We don't care about their rights. Yeah.
Wait, no. That's not potentially abuse too? Like, what is going on here?
Not at all,
just
man.
like, it's just so backwards.
Right.
I mean, to me, coming back to the individual, my heart goes out to somebody like that, because I think they're confused and they have not, for whatever reason, and some have pointed to mental illness, so some people get really upset over that.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's a mental illness thing, and I think that could be. I think it can also just as easily be the cultural messages they're getting.
Yeah, but it's so funny because we live in a time where everything is classified as a mental illness.
Yeah.
Everything.
Right.
Oh, I felt sad yesterday. Oh, you're clinically depressed.
Right.
No, I'm just sad for a while. I'm not manic depressive or anything. I'm sad. No, it's a disease. You have a disease.
Right.
Everything's an illness, a disease. Yet when we talk about the transgender thing, oh, don't you dare call that a mental illness.
Right.
Don't you dare call that a mental illness. That's not a mental illness. That's totally normal. You're the one with the problem.
Right.
And I'm with you. I'm like, no, I do have compassion for them.
Yeah.
But compassion to me doesn't mean going along with the facade.
Right.
Even if it's not a purposely acted out facade, even if they really do believe they are who they are, it's not reality, right? No different than somebody who's schizophrenic, like back to the guy in the mall. He's seeing zombies everywhere.
Right.
But the zombies aren't real.
Right.
Even though to him, they're so real to him that he's shooting them at the mall. Like, that's real to him.
Right.
But it's not real. It's not reality, right? And that's kind of where I stand on the whole thing. It's like, it doesn't mean I hate them or I wish harm on them or any of that stuff. I'm with you. I have compassion for them.
But
right.
What was I going to say?
That I don't know.
Come on, man. Just know these things.
If I could see in people's heads, my marriage would be a lot easier. I'll tell you that much.
If it comes back, I'll let you
All right.
know. But yeah. So.
Well, the one last thing I do want to talk about, especially because you have it on your list, and I haven't really talked about it very much on here, because it's somewhat of a new thing, is the Israel-Palestine conflict. So kind of where do you stand on that?
Boy, that's a challenging one.
Isn't it?
I think one of the biggest things for me, and I have a friend who's a pastor up in the Berkeley area.
Ooh.
So talk about like, interesting
That's
there.
like ground zero over there.
Like he was bold enough to just post that I can have, and it was probably over a month ago, maybe even two. Like when the whole thing first started, and people would get angry if you showed support for Israel.
Right.
But that automatically assumed you were anti-Palestine.
Right.
You were against it. You just wanted.
Right. You want all the Palestinians to die.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. You hate everybody.
And he's like, no.
Right.
Like we can be both.
Right.
Clearly, there's one aggressor here, and it's Hamas.
Right.
And now there's multiple aggressors.
Well, we say
apparently.
clearly, but I'm constantly surprised by how many people I will talk to that say the exact opposite.
Right.
Israel has no right to be doing what they're doing. All those videos you saw about October 8th they're all phony, or October 7th. They're all phony. It's all doctored. None of that actually happened. Israel's the evil one.
Which, why would you do that? Like as an excuse? Which I'm sure
because they want to take the Gaza Strip back.
I'm sure that's the conspiracy.
Right.
Which I'm like, that feels like such baloney.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right.
But maybe I'm totally naive, and that's exactly what's happening. But his point was, people are dying on both sides. Absolutely, and it's tragic, and innocent people.
Yes.
And we should be praying for and want to stop that. And what should the U.S.'s involvement be? And so far, the U.S. has backed Israel.
Right.
For the most part.
Yeah.
That may change, but just never know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so to me, that's where that was mainly what I was thinking and talking about that it feels like war is always messy, you know, and these kind of situations are always, and the innocent seem to get caught in the crossfire.
Right. And what I've seen, and again, it's difficult because all we can really go on is what we're seeing, either on the news or through interviews with people that are over there, but then you got to wonder, is there bias from the people that are talking also? From what I've seen is that on October 7th, Hamas went over there and did horrendous things to Israel. We've known for a long time that Hamas hates Israel. Okay, this is not new news, right? This is very... Does that mean Palestinians hate Israel? No, it's not what it means.
Right.
But Hamas happens to be a terrorist group that's in Palestine, right? They're in the Palestinian area over there. So I'm with you. War is never a happy thing. It's never like, oh, this is great, this is wonderful, this is fantastic. Right. I don't think anybody really views it that way. But, based on the sources that I'm seeing, and people keep saying, oh, well, Israel's killing innocents too. They're killing innocents. Yes, but when you look at history, and you look at the Israeli military, and you see what... They have literally lost their own soldiers to not hurt civilians. Right? They're going out of their way to not hurt civilians. There still will be casualties. There's always going to be civilian casualties. But from what I'm seeing, the side of Hamas, they are purposely targeting civilian. They went over there and they were targeting women and children on purpose.
Right. If we believe what has come from a lot of sources.
Yes.
Not just like one or two news sources.
Exactly.
Just like pretty much across the board.
Right.
With maybe almost no exception that I've seen anyway.
Right.
It seems pretty clear.
Yes.
Unless all those news stations and anchors are all
part
conspiring
of a big conspiracy
against,
conglomerate. Yeah.
Which I'm like, really, I don't think you're giving people too much credit if you think they can be that.
But why do so many people jump on those outlier news sources? It's almost like they want to be on that side of it. They want to be anti-Israel, and they want... some of these rallies that are happening on college campuses across the country right now crazy. It's sick.
Yeah, Bennett at UCSB, there, which is not all that surprising that happens there. But there's that. And so, really?
And almost every young person I've talked to, like early 20s and younger, mid 20s and younger, they're all that way. And they all say Israel needs to be destroyed and Israel needs to be stopped, but they have no right to do what they're doing. I'm like,
They don't
did you see what happened? Like, I mean, that's not even from a biblical, because obviously from the biblical stance, you think, well, who owns the land, right? Because it all comes back to a land war.
Right.
And as biblical Christians, we would say, well, God gave that land to Israel.
Right. That's hard to, like,
it is hard.
Somebody who's not a Christian.
Who doesn't believe the Bible or any of that.
Kind of like,
but at the same time, and this is, again, what I look at to Israel's credit, because I try to just look at factual things that I've seen as opposed to saying, oh, whatever this news source says, I believe all of it.
Right.
No. But Palestinians have been occupying Gaza Strip for years now. Okay? Israel believes that's their land. They don't not believe that's their land.
Right.
But are they purposely going over there and attacking them?
Right.
To try to take their land? Not that I'm seeing.
Right.
Any attacks coming from Israel are defensive.
Right.
Anytime they attack Israel, Israel responds, which they have every right to respond, you know?
Right. And some would say that the response has been way too much.
Right.
But I don't think people that see that don't understand the more recent history between the two countries, and that how much bloodshed, how many, like you would say,
right.
Israeli soldiers that have been killed in the name of just trying to prevent civilian casualties, try and protect their land, all that stuff. And and that's not to paint a picture that, all of Israel is perfectly innocent and justified in what they've done throughout all time. That's just not true.
No, it's not true of anybody.
No, exactly. For all have sinned.
Right.
But it just feels, I don't quite understand it feels like people are turning a blind eye to that aspect of it, that it was this most recent conflict was started by Hamas.
Right.
If we're to believe everything that pretty much every newsmaker, I don't know what you call them, station.
Reporter? Or no, yeah.
Yeah, just that. And I feel like I have a healthy skepticism of the mainstream media, but I also think that this is across the board. They're all reporting the same thing, and when you have individuals that are in the country filming this stuff, and you're like, okay, this is either the most amazing coordinated hoax ever, or this is what's really happened. And
right.
I'm a person who tends to maybe believe too easily. Right. And give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but that's logical. What you just said is logical.
Yeah.
Which is, again, something that tends to be a right-leaning thing, and then the left tends to be more emotional.
Right.
But, like we were saying earlier, that doesn't mean that the left is a bunch of idiots, doesn't ever use logic, nor does it mean that the right is a bunch of people that doesn't care about anybody and they're not compassionate.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It seems to be, whenever I hear debates between each side, no matter the topic, it's usually, well, I believe this because of this statistic and this fact and this study and this.
Yeah.
And then the other side is like, well, I believe this because it just makes me feel bad to think that could be true. That I don't like that. It's just wrong. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, just wrong based on what? Well, your feelings, right? And I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong.
Right.
We all have feelings. We all have emotions. God gave us emotions. But I just think it's dangerous maybe to lead with those emotions, because I can tell you from a personal standpoint, I've made some really bad decisions when I've been leaning from my emotions, right?
You want to share those right now?
Yeah. I'm going to lay down on the couch and give me some
interviewing Ryan Hester.
Dude,
I'm sorry.
Getting a little too comfortable there, Matt.
Stop moving around.
Yeah.
I think the other part of it is, and this always seems to be, historically for the U.S., when do they decide to insert themselves into international conflict?
Absolutely.
And our history has proven to be, if we go really isolationist, we're not. We're just delaying the inevitable that we're going to have to be involved, because we will be affected by it. The U.S. is a world player, and the world superpower at this point.
Right.
Not the only, but
right.
And again, because of that, we have to some degree a responsibility to act. It's just, how do we act? How do we just try to work on negotiations, try to bring peace and all those things, peace in the Middle East, which is for decades now been elusive.
Since Abraham and Isaac and Ishmael, right?
Right,
yeah,
right. And it's like, maybe the Bible knew it. God
right,
knew what he was talking about.
It's almost as if there was a book written that was orchestrated and inspired by God.
Who would have thought? But yeah. So and I do question sometimes because it's like, well, is this the time? Is this an instance where we should? We've always been an ally historically with Israel.
Yes.
So it feels like, we should. They've done the same for us. And now you want to not just do things blindly and jump into a situation. Well, Israel said they're being attacked. Let's go save them.
Right.
You want to investigate it. You do it wisely.
Maybe they're being attacked because they're being jerks.
Right.
Maybe they deserve it. It's like with your kids.
Right.
You don't just go in and say, she hit me. Oh, she did? Well, she's grounded for 5 years. And then you find out later, well, she hit you because he did this first or whatever the case is. Yeah.
Which, not... And again, it becomes the whole, are we the police of, the whole police state thing? Are we supposed to be the parent of all the other countries? And, that... I don't know that that's the case. I think that's in some ways a really arrogant place to stand as a country. I don't think we should have that mentality.
Right. Well, I know people that will say, and I've talked to people recently that will say, we should never interfere with any foreign wars ever.
Right.
They say America first, and it's like, I understand that. Like at least from a financial standpoint, I understand if they're saying, look, we're in a deficit. We are billions of dollars in debt or whatever it's at now, trillion, bozillion, somewhere around there. And yet we're sending all this money to Ukraine to aid Ukraine. I mean, I understand. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't think any of us really know what's happening or why we're giving all this money. We don't know.
Right.
But I think that when America does get involved, or I might even say needs to get involved, is when it does. We talk about America first. Well, what if it affects us? Right? Like you look at World War II. As soon as they bombed Pearl Harbor, we were like, all right, it's on. Right. That's when we entered in. It's because now you've bombed us.
Right.
Now you brought us into this war now, because we're not just going to sit there and be like, oh, hey, thanks, guys. That's great. Wonderful. Thanks.
Right.
Like, can you give me another one? Can you go bomb another base over here?
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's where, you look at the history of our involvement, where we held back and waited, and because I mean it's just the nature of being, probably the largest, I guess maybe second largest, I don't know if China's larger economy in the world, and then certainly a nuclear power, all that stuff, because of that we're gonna be targeted, and sometimes we're targeted in order to draw us in, so there's bait there, and other times it's just because out of pure hatred, it seems like, for who we are as a country. Usually there's a little bit of both, but yeah, World War I, World War II, both of those we were isolationists before, and then got drawn in, and it took a while. And so in one case, a president was more. What was it, Coolidge in World War I? I can't remember now.
I don't know. I'm bad with history.
Yeah, well, either way, but was like, nope. Like he was the one saying no, and they had others saying no. We need to go get involved. With FDR, I know he wanted us more involved in World War II before we got involved, and Pearl Harbor was the tipping scale.
Oh, okay.
Now, back to conspiracy theories. I'm not really into these, but some would say he knew about what was about to happen to Pearl Harbor. Maybe not to the extent that it did, but allowed it to happen in order to have an excuse to fund our efforts and to get involved and declare war on Germany and Japan. So I don't understand all that stuff. I have a good friend who's involved in the government, and he actually, this was his was it his master's, or I think it was his master's thesis. He's like got a doctorate and stuff like that, and he's been involved.
What a show off!
I know, seriously. But his master's thesis, I believe, was nuclear terrorism. Imagine writing. I'm like, I can't even begin to scratch the surface of what that means, and to write something coherent on that. But he, when stuff like this happens in Israel and then what happened in Ukraine, I'll often call him and be like, all right,
what's the scoop?
What should we do?
Yeah.
And he's got some insight, and some of it
Okay.
he can't share a lot of detail because he knows a lot of
Because he'd have to kill you if he did.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
right.
That's why I'm hiding out here.
Well, thank you for putting me in danger.
You're welcome. That's why I asked you if your family wasn't here. I wasn't worried about you. No, but
Women and children first.
exactly. No, but he's often got a great perspective and informed, and yeah, he understands like the U.S. sometimes has to be involved, like for our own for those that are like America only, like, well, if we don't get involved in here, we're going to be in big trouble later. Right. But there's certainly other circumstances where it's like we shouldn't be going there.
Yeah.
We just shouldn't get involved. Right. And
right.
I wish I had the wisdom and knowledge to know which was which. Yeah. But from a moral standpoint, and I would say more importantly from a Christian, from a godly standpoint, that's a whole nother thing to consider. Like, right. When do you intervene? When do you? And certainly as the church, we pray for what happens, which sounds like the very godly thing to do. Right. But in earnest, like, do we really actually care? Are we going to really pray and do what we can to help those situations? Right. Obviously, when you're seeing people killed around the world, like, it's tragic. Right. But you're more concerned about, well, how did they die? Did they die in Christ or not? Right. And ultimately, that's I'm like, that's why supporting missionary. Are we living out the Great Commission? So yeah, it's tough. Yeah. So, yeah. Cool. Well, I was one of the things I was gonna tell you before we go to the next segment is I think this is the appropriate time to talk about it. Since you just went to the restroom. Yeah, absolutely. You have your rants that you do periodically. Yeah. Now? I don't know. Did you just start that this season? Yes. Okay. Yes. The one that I that stuck out to me was, and I loved the way you prefaced it. You were talking about, you're like something along the lines of, for all you men out there, I have something very important to talk to you about. Oh, the urinal? The urinal thing. And man, I processed that for a good hour afterwards. I listened to that. I'm like, what do I think about that? I don't know if I agree with Ryan. Like, I understand your concept, but it's funny because we were just down, Camden and I, and of course, it's just the two of us going into this restroom, but there were just the two urinals there. Yeah. And it had that little wall separation. See, the wall, thing. I did mention the wall. You did, but you still said it didn't matter. Well, no, it does matter. You're retracting your statement? I think I said it matters. I don't think you did. I think you said it. I could be wrong. Go back and listen. I think what I said was it's more not acceptable. What's the word I used? It's allowable. Okay. Right. Okay. But if there's no wall, then no. You pee your pants before you go stand next to someone else. But it was just that it wasn't even an option. There were only two urinals. Yes, there was the wall, but there were only two urinals, and we went there. And then I broke all the rules. As we were standing there, I talked to him. I started telling him about this thing. We didn't even get hardly into the conversation, and he's like, "Yep, I know that rule." And Ryan's right. You're wrong. That's right. Like, what? Yeah, see? I'm like, you guys are ridiculous. I told him. I'm like, you guys are. Who is this you're talking to? Camden. Oh, gotcha. See? Yeah. And he is he's the most particular when it comes to stuff like that. Like cleanliness and all that stuff out of all of our kids, which is funny. My daughter's a nurse. Yeah. Of course, she hasn't had to deal with that in the same way that not having a sister. She's just the only girl. My main point, though, with all that whole thing is that guy. I will never, and this happens to me like at least once a week. It's probably me. No. I'm just kidding. There's three of them, and I'm on the far left, and the other two are totally empty. And this guy comes up in the middle one. Is it the same guy every time? No. And I look at him. Dude, what are you doing? Do you really talk to him that way? Yes. I'm like, look, dude, there's one right there. Why are you want to rub shoulders with me while we're peeing? That is not normal, man. You got a problem. You need some help. Admittedly, I would. So if I were to go in and there was the two, like you're on the right side and there's the middle, I would go to the left. I would hope so. I would generally. I would hope so. But it wouldn't bother me, I think, as much as it bothers you if somebody came right in. I certainly wouldn't talk to him and like. No, they have to know. They have to be taught. This is not acceptable. I'm glad you're on a campaign too. educate.
I'm on
men
lots
in
of
that
campaigns.
way.
You listen to my rants. I'm on all kinds of campaigns.
That's true. That's true. So
I think that was Dan's episode, right? That was the beginning.
yeah, I think so. That's
Okay.
Dan Schmitz.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that was cool to get to know him a little bit.
Yeah,
I hardly knew him at all.
He
when
knew
set
a
out.
lot more about like the technical side of music than I realized.
Yes.
I knew he was pretty.
Yeah, he
versed in that
went
stuff,
pretty
but I
deep
was like,
into it. Yeah.
Yeah, I could tell you were silent for a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was like, I don't even know how to address any of this stuff.
Yeah.
You're speaking above my pay grade here. So, all right, man, let's jump in. Got about I don't know. Let's try to knock it out in about 45 to 50 minutes here.
Sounds good.
Spirituality, obviously, we've already touched on some of it. You grew up in the church.
Mm-hmm.
But what I usually ask people that kind of grew up in the church is, did you ever have a defining moment where you feel like your faith became your own, where it was, a lot of people say, oh, I was saved when I was 2 years old. It's like, but were you really saved when you were 2 years old? Did you ever have a moment where you're like, no, I really got saved. This was like the real deal.
Right. Yeah, so my story is grew up in the church at age 7. The church I grew up in was a relatively small church, but we had a morning and evening service, and the evening service I always hung out in the back. My parents weren't as concerned about me trying to engage at 7 years old. They're like, just play quietly back here in the back pew.
Yeah.
Writing on all the offering envelopes, like doodling on them and stuff like that.
Because the church people love when you do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
But, so me and Brian would just always do that. We would just hang out and play until the evening service was over.
Right.
But there was a Sunday, I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was August, and his family was on vacation, so I was just there by myself. It's weird, because I have an older brother and sister, and I don't know where they were at that point. It's weird to think about, like, if they were... I don't even know. Anyway.
Who knows?
But I know, at least by my recollection, I was by myself, and the pastor was actually preaching on hell, the reality of hell, which is very scary to me.
It's good for a 7-year-old to
hear
that kind of
and I was just like... And he gave it... Yeah. It was good. And gave an opportunity to receive to pray Jesus into your heart, that whole thing.
Right.
And I did, because I certainly didn't want to go to hell.
That's right, man.
Who
does?
But I look back on that, and people often ask me, well, do you think you were really saved at that point?
Right.
And I do. I do think I understood. I understood I was a sinner. I understood that what Jesus did on the cross, his shed blood, was the only means of salvation. I put my faith in that. And then, but what I didn't get was that he wanted a relationship with me. That he wanted to, this is a restored relationship now.
Right.
And it wasn't until about 6 or 7 years later that I was at a youth camp. And the guy was talking about our identity in Christ and all this stuff, and I was just kind of like, and it just hit me that I had not really been living for God and in a relationship with Him. So that's when I recommitted my life to Christ.
Okay.
So at age about 13.
But you don't see that as a salvation experience. You see it as just kind of like the time you mentally got more serious about it, or
yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I think because I do think I was saved at age 7, but I mean, you can ask God later and find out when was it really.
But in your opinion, like if you would have died when you were 8, you would have been in heaven.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, leaving out the whole age of accountability nonsense.
Right.
So.
Yeah. That too, right. So yeah, and that's when it became real, and the process from 13 on, my faith became more my own.
Okay.
I remember kind of after that coming back and being like, I want to do, it was weird. As a 13-year-old, I came back from that camp being like, I want to do something for God.
Okay.
It's weird. I was like, and so I asked my parents, and they're like, you should talk to the pastor. And talk to the pastor, and he's like, I don't know. No, I'm kidding. No.
You're on your own, kid.
Good luck. No. But he's like, well, have you ever been baptized? And I'm like, no. He's like, I think you should consider it. So anyway, I got baptized. And
you're about 13 or 14 at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just got involved, serving in different ways. And just, I don't know, I just felt this constant, desire to do something for God. I guess is the way I put it.
And you think being a pastor, was that in your mind at all at that point?
It's funny because at age 13 there was this small little you should be specifically a youth pastor. And I didn't think much of it at the time, and then I kind of pushed it out of my mind for years until coming to the church where I started as an intern.
In Santa Barbara?
Yeah, in Santa Barbara. At age 20. I was about 20 then.
Okay.
So
were you already married at that point?
No. Okay. Married. Stacy and I were married. I was 23. She was 21.
Okay. But you guys already knew each other at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, in fact, for a season, she served as the children's director there while I was the junior high director. So
interesting.
Kind of fun. Yeah. I mean, we knew each other. And
you were just friends at that point, though, or weren't really?
No. So at that point, I think that was later. After that's when we were. I think I started as. I'm trying to. Now my memory's bad.
Yeah, I'm terrible with that stuff too.
But I think I started as the junior high intern first.
Okay.
And then within that year, we were married, so we were pretty serious. And then it was shortly after that she jumped in.
Okay.
She's going to correct me on this when she listens.
I'm
She's
sure.
like, no, that's totally wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's where she jumped in as the children's director for a few years.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Very cool. Yeah. So from like 13 or 14, where you kind of feel like you got more serious about it, from like then till now, have you had any like significant times of doubt, times of questioning things, or wondering if maybe any of it. I mean, it could be whether God's not real at all, or if maybe you picked the wrong religion, or maybe the Bible's not true, or whatever the case is.
I think for me, definitely, when I think through my later years in high school, started to have doubt about was I really saved. I don't think I ever doubted whether God was real, that he existed, but was my salvation real?
Right.
Was and there were a lot of factors to that, including things like, going through studying Revelations and being like, ooh, am I really one of the saved? Like all those things.
I hope so. I don't want to get attacked by those scorpion things with lion faces.
Terrifying. Yeah, we just finished Revelation at the harbor back in November. Oh my gosh,
it's a gnarly book, man.
It was quite a journey.
Yeah,
but yeah, and doubted, and I think because of struggling with sin. Like being like, shouldn't I be over this by now? Why is it getting harder in some ways? It felt like.
Yes.
And struggled with things like pornography and struggled with anger issues, and you hear, if you're following God, these things should be, not that they're going to completely disappear, but they should be rooted out of your life, kind of thing. That was my understanding.
But that's kind of a false premise, isn't it? I mean, that's a misunderstanding.
But at the time, I didn't.
Yeah.
It was like, what is wrong with me? Maybe I'm not really saved, and struggling with those things. But I think the thing that and I don't remember if somebody told me this or I came to the realization, and I've shared this with others since, and I hope it's been kind of an encouragement for people that have doubted their faith because of struggling with a sin issue, especially guys that deal with lust and pornography and things like that.
Right.
That I'm like, okay, are you struggling? And they're like, well, yeah, as if that's a dumb question. And I'm like, no, but if you weren't struggling and you were still dealing with things, that's when I would question your salvation.
Absolutely.
That's when I would be worried. But you're wrestling with it. You're struggling. There's this conviction of the Holy Spirit in you.
Right.
That's a sign that you are saved.
Sure.
That's the mark of somebody who has true salvation.
Right.
It's not dependent on you, on your ability to white knuckle it through those
right.
things.
Right.
That's one of the things that gave me some freedom from that understanding of my faith. So, yeah,
and that's spot on. I mean, that's exactly the point, right? Because now if you have this Spirit indwelling you, and it's battling against your sin nature, battling against your flesh, that's something you didn't have before as a non-believer, right? Like a non-believer is just like, I sin, but it is what it is. Or, it's the people that tell me, oh, Jesus is my homeboy. He's totally fine with it. He gets it. He understands my struggles. And that may be true. He may understand your struggles, and he may love you anyway. And all that may be very, very true. But there's no conviction in your life over the sins you're involved in? Really? Like none? Right. No, God loves me too much for that. And I'd be like, well, you might want to check yourself, because that's a pretty, 1 John's pretty clear. That's a pretty sure sign that you might not be saved. Yeah. Right? So I always tell people, no, it's not the amount of sin you're involved in that will tell you whether you're saved or not. It's what happens when you're involved in those sins. Like, what are you feeling? What are you going through? Is the Lord just smashing you because of those sins? Because you're one of His? Right. It's like your kid, right? Your kid's doing things that are going to cause him harm. You're not. If you're a good parent, you're not going to be like, well, he'll
slap the hand away.
Yeah, he'll figure it out. Right? He'll figure it out. Yeah, he'd play on the freeway, but he'll figure it out. No, you're going to run out there and snatch him off the freeway. Why? Because you love him. It's the same with God. God's like, no, I love you enough that you're one of mine. I love you so much. I'm gonna do whatever I can do to stop you from doing that, whether it's conviction or just flat out stopping you from doing stuff. I mean, you talked about like lust and pornography, and a far extreme of that would be, what if God says, okay, I've been trying to do all these other means to cause you to stop watching pornography. Boom, you wake up one day, you're blind.
Right.
There goes that problem.
Right.
Can't watch porn anymore now, can you?
Only to discover, of course, that you can still deal with lust.
Sure.
Pornography,
of course. Right.
Yeah,
and you might go to different forms, right?
This just reminded me, there's a movie called Sneakers. You ever seen that? It's back in.
Is that the Catholic school 90s. One with the?
No. It's this. It's got Robert Redford and a few other people in it.
I feel like I have seen that.
Anyway, it's this whole thing where they used to be hackers, like the earliest hackers, like getting into government systems and past security systems.
Yeah.
Then they got caught, but then they made a business of it. The government made a deal. Okay, you make our systems unhackable. Anyway, I'm sure. There's a scene in there where there's a guy who's really good at, I forget what his specific skill is, but you see him, and he's got a Playboy magazine. Okay. But he's blind. The guy's blind, and he's just reading. I just like it for the articles. And it's in Braille.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I'm like, oh my God.
Because that's a play on the joke people always say.
Right.
Well, honey, I'm only reading this because I enjoy the articles. Yeah, sure you do. There's plenty of magazines with articles that don't have naked women in them, Right. Yeah, so that's funny, man.
But yeah, just so as far as doubt and things like that, moments that definitely had those, and wrestled through them. But I think that was a great freedom to me to realize, because God loves me, He's giving me the conviction of the Holy Spirit, and that is a mark that I am His.
Right.
And I while I shouldn't be like, oh, good, now I can relax,
Right.
But it gave me a peace, kind of knowing that, that is a mark when you're struggling with sin, that if the Holy Spirit convicts me, I'm saved, and I can rest in that salvation. Right. Let's work on the sin issue, allow God to kind of refine me and all that stuff. And I think some people will, like you say, like, oh, God's, Jesus is fine with it.
Right.
Like he's not fine
with
it.
And that's kind of the extreme side that would be obvious. But then there's also and this is something I've talked about with men before when we're talking about this specific issue, because you could also have a scenario, let's say, where a kid grows up in let's say not even a religious home. Let's just say a strict home where they had certain rules where they said, I don't know, let's say...
no gum chewing.
Yeah, no gum chewing. Let's say they live in a weird family that said, chewing gum is the worst thing you can ever do. And if you do that, you're the worst person. And they grow up believing this their whole life, right? And then, one day they decide to try chewing some gum. Let's say they're 35, and they're like, I'm going to finally try some chewing gum. And they put it in their mouth. Yeah, right. You got the stuff. And you start chewing it, and you just feel guilty, and you feel terrible, and you hate yourself because you're doing that, right? That's not the conviction of the Lord. Right. That's just a guilty feeling you have because of your past, right? So you put that in a religious context, and maybe you have a family that maybe you grew up in a Christian household. Maybe you're 40 years old now, and you're an atheist, but you grew up in a Christian household that taught pornography is bad, pornography is wrong, cussing is bad, you don't use bad words, you don't do that. So even as a 40-year-old atheist, not saved, don't even know the Lord, don't even believe in that mentally or any other way, and every time you let a cuss word slip, you feel guilty.
Right.
Or every time you watch a sex scene in a movie, you feel guilty. Right. Even though mentally you're like, what in the world? I don't even believe any of that stuff, right? So the point I'm making is it can be difficult in some circumstances to distinguish the difference between just a guilty feeling and the conviction of God. Yeah. Right? Because they can feel very similar. So
well, it's like the the Bible talks about godly sorrow, worldly sorrow versus godly sorrow,
Right.
and how one leads to death,
Yeah.
and the other leads to life, and it's
Right.
like that's part of it. I think
Yeah.
is that God wants us to. The conviction of our sin is ordered to lead us to life, to freedom, whereas the conviction of just a worldly sorrow is like, I just feel bad about it. I don't like this bad feeling. And people don't like bad feelings.
I have the sads.
Yeah. Oh, and it's like, what is that feeling leading you to? Is that feeling leading to, I'm just not going to do that anymore?
Yeah.
Or will you go the other direction and be like, I just don't care about that feeling.
Right,
And I'll just do it anyway, whatever. And it's like, that's not leading to life.
Yeah.
That's not freedom.
That's a good point.
So,
what was that book that came from, you said? The Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm going to have to read that sometime.
You should.
No, that's a great point, though. That's an important thing to realize, because God's conviction is for a purpose.
Right.
It's to lead you to something, like all things are done for the good of those that love God, right? And even the things that seem hard and difficult are for that, or He has our best interest in mind, so.
When we talk about that, like and it's, now I'm going to, pastor moment.
Yes.
Where I'm like, what reference is that? But when it talks about His loving kindness leads to repentance.
Right.
Right. Which most people think, no, God's guilt and His
Right.
nation leads to repentance. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
And
reading the book of Revelation leads me to repentance.
Amen. But and you realize that this is all done. But then you kind of go, well, what does loving kindness look like from God?
Right.
Not always the way we want it to look.
Which is a good question to ask yourself and other people when they say, a loving God would never do. Well, what do you mean love? What are you talking about?
Right.
What do you mean by love?
Right.
Well, a loving parent would never allow his kid. What? It's like, that's kind of the correlation you have to make. Yeah. But it's interesting. All right. Well, I got two areas I want to go here.
Okay.
The first is going to be what I already mentioned as a worship leader. This is something that always fascinates me, and I'm a people studier, and I okay. Let me premise it by saying, I'm in no way saying that I am right in everything that I'm going to say in this little section here, and everything that I believe. I can say whatever I want, but that's why I'm premising it. I am not. This is not something I'm confident in.
Okay.
Mainly because I don't think it's something that anybody really can be confident in, because we're dealing with people's own hearts and their own leading of the Holy Spirit, and I can't do that for another person. I can't sit here and tell you how the Spirit's leading you and what the Lord's doing in your heart. I can't tell you that. You can't tell me that for myself. But I mean this. So as a worship leader, first of all, why don't you start by even telling me, like, what does that even mean to you? Because obviously, as far as I know, that's not even a term that you find in the Bible anywhere. Like worship leader, worship's in there and leader's in there, but I don't think they're ever together.
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing you would get is, I think it's in the First or Second Kings.
Okay.
Talking about when David would commission somebody to lead the music, which, again, and the music intended to glorify God, to worship Him. So in that sense, there could be worship leaders, from a biblical standpoint. But to me, a worship leader is someone who is simply invites people to follow them in their worshiping of God.
Okay.
Now that person leads in the sense that, hey, we're going to do this song, and hey, we're going to read this scripture together and all, but it's still a corporate worship. And from a just very practical standpoint, in some ways, which sounds deeply unspiritual, you need somebody to follow. Otherwise, it's kind of chaos. And Paul talks about having orderly gathering, orderly worship, not necessarily singing. And that has to be always, and you know that, but that always has to be clarified, that worship is not strictly music.
Right.
Music is one expression of worship.
Absolutely.
It happens to be one of my favorites.
Yes.
But it's not. But you can have music in church that is not worship at all.
Right.
And so, in an orderly, the reason Paul talks about orderly worship is you can have people, especially in the early church, and it's true of any church, but where there's all kinds of different agendas of people coming in. And we're going to do things this way.
Right.
And I mean, if we invited everybody, and I mean, there's churches that do this to a sense.
Sure.
We're going to, everybody just give us a word from God. Mm-hmm. And if literally everybody in the room stood up all at the same time, from a practical, logistical standpoint, that's chaos.
Yes.
And that's probably not God. Now, that's nothing against like more Pentecostal, charismatic churches where, you know, maybe just in any moment, you know, and sometimes you'll have places that like everybody's going to pray at the same time, and you'll hear multiple people praying at once.
Right. I
mean, I have my own personal preference on that.
Right.
I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong. But
I am.
When you're you are. But when you're like, so when you're preaching God's word, for example, I don't know any churches where it's like you just have everybody speaking at the same time.
Right.
It just logistically and
yes.
I think is the right thing to handle God's word.
The question I always ask with anything that's done in a church service or anything of that capacity is, what's the purpose for that?
Right.
Like if somebody said, "Oh, in our church we all stand up and we just speak for an hour." Nobody can hear anything anybody's saying because everybody's speaking at once. I'm always like, "What's that? Who's that for?
Right.
What is that for?" "Oh, this is how we communicate to God."
Right.
Oh, okay. Right? Like it even goes like into like the tongues thing, right? It's like and people will talk about tongues as being some hamana hulekim ham debong time it's just made up like garbage. So, yeah, I'm speaking in tongues. Yes, I know. That, and they're like, "Oh no, that's for God." What do you mean that's for God? You telling me God doesn't speak English? Right. Like you speak in English and God's like, "I have no idea what they're talking about. I need somebody to translate this into gobbledygook before I can understand what's being." I mean, like, who is that for really? And if people are being honest, who that's for is the person doing it. Yeah. That's who that's for. So they can say, "Oh, did you hear me? Did you hear what I did? Did you see my spiritual gift? Oh, yes. Right. I got something going on here." Yeah. Do you now? Okay. You know. But anyway, I'm not trying to get into that.
No.
But so when we talk about like order, which I think the scripture is very clear about orderly, like you said, Paul talks to Timothy about that. He talks about being ordered and with everything, whether it's singing, whether it's speaking, whatever it is. Right. He even talks about that in the tongues part, like it needs to be in turn and in order and the whole thing, right? But then we look at like worship, what I would call worship postures, right? You got every. I mean, you can go down the spectrum. You got the more conservative, I guess, Baptist kind of thing, where everybody's hands to their sides, not looking up, just kind of, praise be to God the Father, this kind of whole thing, right? It's all the way to the other side of that, where you got people flopping around on the floor, they're shrieking, they're running around the room, they're saying, "God made me a duck today, so I'm going to walk around quacking, and that's how I'm worshiping God," right? And both sides would say, yes, we're worshiping God. Right, and then of course most of us fall somewhere in the middle of that, But the most typical, at least in the churches I've been into, are kind of the worship postures, right? You got the, there's either the one hand up like this, you got the two hands up like this, and then that's the other one. You got the two open hands out front, right? Yeah.
I forgot about the sides.
Yeah. Oh, the sides. I had this one.
Sides, hand raised.
Yeah. And then up. Okay. Yeah. You put a fourth one in there. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. And is it left or your right hand? Does that matter? I mean, are you signaling somebody? So I mean, that's the most common. And of course, every church body has one or two people who are kind of doing something you've maybe never seen before, right? They're kind of, So I guess. Well, there's so many ways I go with this. Like this kind of stuff is really fascinating to me. Is like you talk about order, but if like everybody in the church service, let's say, just because of years and years of this kind of being the most common postures, let's say everybody in the service is doing this or doing this, right? That's in order in a sense because it's not really distracting because almost everybody's doing the same thing. Right. But let's say everybody in the congregation is doing this, and the Lord lays on my heart that I need to, sit on my back or lay on my back and start spinning around like this and kicking my arms and legs out like this, and that's how I'm going to be led to worship. Right. Now, I'm probably going to be escorted out of that particular congregation because I'm a distraction.
Right.
And Ryan, we do things in order here.
Right.
Right? But if you flip the script, and let's say you're in a church congregation where the way 90% of the people worship is by laying on their backs, spinning on their backs, and flailing their arms around on the sides, then the person who's doing this might be asked to leave, right? It's like, hey, what are you doing, man? You're not supposed to put your hands in the air. Get on your back right now, or you're leaving. You know, just like, you know what I mean?
Right.
So it's fascinating to me to realize how. I mean, I'm wondering like how much of that is a kind of a cultural, like a church cultural kind of thing, where that's just what we grow up seeing. Like all these people grow up in the church. Well, no, that's what my parents do. They raise their hands, or they do this, or they do that. As opposed to, is it really, like genuinely, like the Lord leading you to do that and laying that on your heart? Or is it more that you're watching the people around you? And again, I know I have to be careful here because I know people get very offended with this kind of stuff. It's like, well, that's what I do, Ryan. Are you trying to tell me how I worship and what I can't? Yeah, it's like, no, I'm not. Look, you do whatever you're going to do. I support that completely. Like you have the right to do, I mean, not do whatever you want, but I mean, when it comes to at least those postures, I'm like, whatever, fine, you know, as long as it's not a distraction to others, right? And that's kind of my whole thing.
Right.
So anyway,
so
got any thoughts on it?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like I go everywhere with this, so I don't even know if there was a question in there.
So I guess I'll just address the whole like postures and order and whether or not what's appropriate. I guess I don't even know, and that is a tricky question to answer.
Yeah.
But to me, if the main focus of worship is, well, this might be, and you may disagree with this, but you know what? I'll ask you, what is the main target of our worship?
God.
Okay. Does God need our worship?
Need?
Yeah.
No.
But does he?
God doesn't need anything.
Right. Okay.
Does he want our worship?
Yes.
I would say yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So who does it benefit? So if the target is God, who does it benefit?
I would say it should benefit God.
Okay.
Right? But a lot of other people would say it's for the person.
Right.
So
how does it benefit God for us to worship him?
Well, that's a good question.
I'm just going to ask you all the questions.
No,
I'm not going to answer anything.
That's a good one, though. That's a really good thing. I never really put it that way before, but I think Scripture is clear that we were created to worship him. So, I mean, and we know from the Scriptures that even after death, we will spend eternity worshiping him. So it's obviously something that he desires from us. You know, because that's where a lot of the skeptics will come in and say, well, what a kind of an egotistical, power-hungry God is that? He created all these billions of people simply to worship him for all eternity? Right. Let's talk about somebody who's full of themselves, or whatever. But, if you ask me why does he want that worship?
Right.
I can't answer that question.
Right. And I don't know that I can fully either, but I'll just
I'll
give my quick thoughts. So, first of all, I agree. The target of our worship is absolutely God.
Right.
As far as the benefit of our worship, I believe it benefits God. I believe it also benefits the ones worshiping God.
Mm-hmm.
And how does it benefit God? Well, you just said he doesn't need anything.
No.
So there's no reason for him to benefit from worship if he's complete in and of himself, more complete than anything else there is. So
right.
We, however, are not without him.
Sure.
So the benefit for us is greater, I believe.
Okay.
The benefit for us is that we get to commune with God. We get to have fellowship with God. We get to glorify God.
Okay.
Because of who he is. And that when we glorify God, it benefits us in that we understand who he is more. We understand who we are before him.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's the main motivation for worshiping God, whatever with music or not.
Right.
That when we understand who God is and who we are before him, and notice I'm putting up who God is and who we are before him, because we are nothing really,
right. Right.
Except that who he says we are.
Right.
That the response is worship. That's what worship truly is responding to who God is and who we are before him.
Right.
And that's why the postures of worship, like if you're talking about as actual physical postures of worship, can vary. Because for some people, they're coming from, I've sinned.
Sure.
Hopefully they're not like, woo! Well,
they might be.
I mean, they might be.
And it might be a praiseworthy thing. To be like,
woo,
God's awesome!
Right.
Yeah.
Once they've understood forgiveness and repented,
Sure.
I would hope that they don't come in, I just sinned. Yeah!
Right.
No, I sinned and God has forgiven me. God has
Yes.
shed his own son's blood for me. So yes, that's a proper responsive
Right,
praise,
right.
whatever that looks like. I don't
Yeah.
think it. I do agree that as far as, and it sounds like you're kind of getting at in the context of church, like a church service, worship, corporate worship.
Right.
I would specify that. What is the purpose of it? What's appropriate? What is that kind of what you're?
Well, yes. The point is all those things, right? Like I said, I have so many questions with this particular topic.
Right.
But you talk about the purpose of it, who it's for, what it's the point. Like, and I think to myself, okay, so let's say you're the kind of person who is this guy, right? He puts his hands up all the way when he's worshiping in a corporate worship church kind of setting. Mm-hmm. Now, when you're at home, let's say, and you're cleaning the house and you're listening to Christian radio or whatever, and a worship song comes on, or in the shower, yeah, right, singing in the shower. Do you still have that same posture, or is that only when there's other people around? Yeah. And the other thing that I find interesting, because again, and this is a fault of mine. Like when I should be focused on the Lord, I'm people watching, because I find it fascinating. Firstly, but I, again, like I just said, totally fault of mine. I should not be focused on that during church. Right. I should be focused on God.
But I get that.
But I do find it interesting that the tempo of the song or the build, like I think Waymaker is a good example of this. Like towards the end, the level starts, and being on the worship team with you, right? Sure. That's fun to play that.
Sure.
And I love that about music. Even secular music, it does that. Like you get those parts where it's boom, 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 and you're just like, yeah, and you're in the car, now you're all pumped up, right? Because it gets to that part, But you watching a worship service and somebody who's maybe doing this, right? As soon as it builds, and then all of a sudden, boom! Right. And you look, and all these people are up, and I'm like, okay, now did the Holy Spirit just move on you to do that in that moment? Or was it the sound of the song? Was it the drum beat that kept getting faster and louder, and you're getting, And an old pastor friend of mine said this one day, and it's always stuck with me. And again, I already gave the preface in this section. I'm not claiming to be right in any of this. This is just my thoughts. But he said something that stuck to me. He said, we're living in the Corinthian church age because the church today has the same problem that they had in the Corinthian church that Paul was addressing. And it's this. He said, we don't know the difference between the moving of the Holy Spirit and emotional energy. And he said the same feelings that you can get in a worship service are the same ones you might feel at a sporting event, right, at a home game, where the whole home team crowd is just going nuts and you got all this energy. And he said there's a reason why the home team wins every time. Not every time, but the majority of the time they win at home. Why is that? It's not because of the court. Right. It's because they have 90% of the fan base urging them on, cheering for them, and they're feeling that emotional energy, and it's giving them pep. It's giving them energy to go and do good, Right. So anyway, it's just musings, I guess. It's just it's interesting to me, and it's the best person to talk to about it with is somebody who literally does this every week as a kind of as leading it, So it's just but it's hard. Some people get very offended when you start talking about this.
I'm super offended.
Yeah, I hope so. That's the whole point of this, was bring you over here and offend you as much as I can. But again, I'm totally fine with it. I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with distraction. I have a problem, and I've mentioned this on here many times, like if if my focus is the Lord, and let's say I'm just really, let's say I even have my eyes closed because I don't want to have any distractions, because let's say this girl over here is doing all this kind of stuff and she's moving around. Yeah, this guy's flipping around and kicking his legs out, like I said, or whatever. Can't see any of them. I can't hear them. Good to go. I'm focused, man. I'm just really in tune. I got my eyes closed. I'm one with the Lord. I feel so connected to the Lord in this worship service. And then over to my right, I hear, and I go, whoa!
You just broke your computer.
I think I did, yeah. And then I'm immediately snapped out of that. Right. And now my focus is this guy who's just being loud. Right. And I'm like, what? But here's the tricky part, right? Let's say I'm the pastor of that church. And the guy I just described as me, let's say, comes to me as the pastor, says, hey, I have a concern. I keep getting jarred out of my worship because this guy keeps having these loud outbursts vocally over here, and I don't know what to do. So the pastor goes, okay, I'll talk to him. Pastor goes, and this happens most of the time from what I've heard, right? He goes over and talks to him, and the guy says, that's just how I worship the Lord.
Right.
You shouldn't tell me how I can worship the Lord, you know? And then sometimes it ends with the guy saying, I'm out of here then. I'm not coming back to this church anymore, which some of us in the congregation are like, amen. Yeah. It's like, thank you.
Right.
You know, we reserve the right to refuse service to anybody. But it's such a tricky thing, you know, because nobody wants to tell someone else how they can worship the Lord. That's not the point. But by being so vocally distracting or even physically distracting, depending on what you're doing with your body, it's affecting the other people in the congregation. Right. So it's like, this is why I'm not a pastor, because I don't want to deal with this stuff.
No, it's one of my. It is. I'll say it's one of my least favorite things to deal with. Is trying to address people that are, in their mind, you know, doing the right thing for God, whether it's worship or something else, and being like, yeah, but that's actually not serving the body of Christ. It's not edifying for the body of Christ.
Right.
Because you're just doing this for yourself.
Right.
And I don't have a clear-cut answer for like this is the way it should be. Mm-hmm. So I may disappoint you in that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Great, Matt. Man, thought I finally had a guy who's going to answer this question for me.
But I'll say that, you know, you have to. I mean, anybody can come into church. You and I have experienced this, right?
Yeah.
And a church should be a place that anybody can enter in.
Well, I might disagree with you.
Whether they stay there or not,
right,
is a different question.
Right.
Whether they're escorted out or asked very kindly to leave, that's, you know, because if the purpose is, hey, we're here together to honor God.
Right.
Does it honor God to do anything I'm doing in that time we're together?
Right.
I mean, for that matter, for any moment in any of our lives, but especially when we're together, gathered together.
Yeah.
That should be the question we ask. And so if that guy yelling and screaming, you know, that's his expression of worship, is that honoring God? Because part of honoring God is when back to the whole, what does worship benefit?
Yes.
If it benefits Him, that it glorifies Him, I agree with that.
Right.
But it also benefits the body of Christ.
Yeah.
That's part of why, you know, Paul's instructions to orderly worship and things like that, I think are important because now you can take it to an extreme and be so concerned that I don't want to offend the person next to me if I raise my hand or my hand's like this. Right. Because some people that might be a distraction.
Yeah, like in a Baptist congregation, again, where they've got their hand. Maybe somebody doing even this is like, what is that guy doing?
Cheryl raised her hands this morning. Let's pray for her.
Yeah.
Right?
You need an exorcism.
Maybe. But it's so I think there's a balance in there. I think if the heart of it is, and that's where again the worship leader comes into play. That, and again, this can get really dicey. But you can be like, and I was about to say, like, get a feel for the room, but that's not really the right. That's the wrong direction.
Knowing your audience.
Yeah, and it's like I'm here so on Sunday morning if I'm leading worship, if I'm leading the music part of worship. I need to be aware, you know, hopefully you know your congregation, you have guests coming.
Right.
Hey, so we do things in consideration of them.
Right.
We put lyrics up on the screen so
Yes.
they'll know what we're singing.
Right.
You know, or we offer them a hymnal. You know, we don't use hymnals really anymore, but you know, we do things to try and accommodate them so that because, you know, you could take it to the other extreme and say, well, if they were really filled with the Holy Spirit, they would know
They would know the words. That's
they
right.
Would know
they must not be saved. Get them out of here.
So you could go to that silly extreme or the silly extreme of like, we're going to just accommodate every little thing that they want. And it's like, that's not helpful.
Right.
So deciding how do I guide a time of worship together, really ultimately trying to put our focus where it should be on being, and it's funny, I've talked to a few people about this. I was going to say putting our focus on God. And I've talked to, I remember talking to Steve and to Shannon, and I've talked to different pastors where if I was leading worship, I was leading music, and somebody else is preaching, asking that person, okay, do you consider the music portion of what we do as worship preparation for what's about to be received or response?
Right.
Because
like preparation for the message that's going to be given.
Right. For the sermon, for the message. Because I always have the mindset that somebody's coming to church, and often, if we're honest, they've come from a crazy week.
Right.
Even that morning might have been crazy for them if they had little kids, and just getting to church is a battle sometimes.
Right.
And trying to help them. Okay, let's lay all that stuff down. Let's process through all that. Let's prepare our hearts and minds. Let's ask God to open our ears, open our eyes to receive what He has for us.
Yeah.
And then primarily, that can happen anywhere through the Holy Spirit. That can happen at any point, whether you're in the service or not.
Right.
But at least for what you've prepared and you've prayed for God to do, it's going to primarily, the message is going to come through the sermon, through God's word.
Right.
More importantly.
Right.
And then a response to that. So our template is usually, and you know this, front load, and it's true of most churches, not all, but you front load with music worship.
Right.
You have the message, and then 1 or 2 songs in response. And it's interesting because I've talked to some that are like, I actually view the sermon as preparation for worship.
Okay.
Like hearing about God.
Right.
And back to the whole point, when we know worship is a proper response to knowing who God is and knowing who we are before Him.
Right.
So then it's like, well, in the order of things, do you flip-flop that?
Right.
You start with the word. Anyway, so that, but the point
I've never been to a church where they started with the sermon.
I've been to a
had
church,
the worship service after. I've never had that before.
Right. I've been to a church where the sermon is a lot earlier. Sometimes they'll do 1 or 2 songs and then the sermon and then like 5 songs afterwards.
Really?
It's rare, but I've been to a church like that. And
Bunch
it's
of
like,
weirdos.
I know.
Not going to that church.
But I think what is interesting, and this is something that I've wrestled with, and again, this is a very specific point, but that do we just do 1 or 2 songs at the end? And you've done it because, and here's my specific reason.
Yeah.
I tend to overthink it, but to me, you've just heard, if you're engaged in what's happening, it's very possible that you've just heard something really important that God has for you.
Right.
And you need time to process that. And the danger is, once you step foot outside those church doors, the church building doors, you're on to the next thing mentally.
Right.
Like you've moved on.
Which is sad.
It's very sad.
Because that shouldn't really be the Christian experience. It shouldn't be contained within a 2 to 3 hour period in a building on Sunday mornings, right? Your whole life should be about the Lord.
Absolutely.
You know?
And that's why we fight hard to like encourage people, be in God's word on your own. Be praying, that worship God, singing in the shower or wherever on your own. That's God is constantly, I believe, wanting to engage with us. We're just missing it most of the time.
Right.
And if you only, and that's one of the downsides of just having that regular rhythm of Sunday morning, because then it's like, I'm going to be a Christian now for the next 2 hours.
Right. Right.
No, that's
But people have that outlook.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian. I go to church on Sundays, and I do. What about the rest of the week?
I'm an American.
Yeah. America.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Last thing I got.
Okay.
Last thing I got, and it deals with the same subject. What's the deal with? And you've seen this. Maybe you even do this. I think you do this. So I'm glad I'm asking you. So every church service I've ever been in does this. Well, with the exception of one where we just had a digital hymnal and we didn't have actual worship team. However, so there's always the time where you have like either the prayer time after the worship service, or maybe in between the worship service and the sermon, maybe, or wherever it falls in, where the pastor's talking, or he's kind of like praying, or whatever he's doing, and the guy's up there on the guitar, and he's playing a little instrumental, kind of sad sounding little
right.
and we're out during praying. What's that for? What are they doing there?
So
I mean, I know what I think they're doing there, but I'm curious as to what your view on that is.
Yeah. So I can't speak to everybody's motivation for sometimes it's planned.
Right.
Sometimes when I've been up there, it's like
you just feel it.
Like whoever's on guitar just decides to keep playing. And I think some of that is a very human thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like we know that in order to stay engaged in what we just sang about, if you keep the music kind of going, it'll help the transition. So it's a very fluff thing. Yeah. I don't know that it's all that spiritual, to be honest.
Right.
So that would be my explanation.
Okay.
It's a transition. Okay, we're about to hear from God's word. Don't lose that. A lot of people would say, we get caught up in the moment. And I think that's honestly probably more emotional
Yeah.
than anything.
Right. That's what I would say. I think they're playing on the emotions of the people.
And I don't know that that's wrong.
Yeah. It's just not right.
Well, it's not. I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Because here's why I say this. Okay, so I don't know if you like what kind of movies you like, but like if you ever watch an emotional movie or a movie that has a sad part, right? Right.
Yeah.
So there's always music in that scene. Now, if you go back and you watch that same scene that just had you in tears, I mean, you're like ugly crying over this scene, right? You remove that music track and you just watch the scene, you're like,
yeah,
this isn't even sad. Like, what is even happening here? This doesn't make me want to cry.
Right.
And so what that means is the actual circumstances of what's happening isn't what's making you cry. It's the music that's causing you to be emotional to the point where I can even hear a good example of this would be Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump always gets me certain parts of Forrest Gump. I have the soundtrack, the little piano theme that's the Forrest Gump theme thing. Whenever I hear that, I get emotional. I don't even have to watch the scene. Just the thing makes me emotional, right?
I know how to make you cry.
There you go. Yeah, that one always gets me. It's always the part where he says, when he's talking to the grave at the end, and he's like, he's talking about his son, right? And he's talking to Jenny's grave, and he's like, he's just so smart, Jenny. That whole gets me. Anyway, my point is, I look at that and I think, and then I look at that in a church service. I'm like, to me, that's what's happening. You're like, okay, I'm going to talk. I'm going to be praying up here. I'm going to be talking about some spiritual stuff. Let's really get those emotional juices kicking up. So you know what I'm saying? And
I agree. I think absolutely, and I don't think I don't think is right. I don't think to try and force and evoke emotions because somehow that makes us more spiritual. I think that's a false thing to do. I would say for me that wouldn't be my motivation to do that. We don't always do that. We do that sometimes. I think it's occasionally, and especially plan for it. Yeah, rarely. It happens.
It's on the
sometimes.
Schedule. Okay, right. That's what we're gonna do.
But I think that music. I mean, music can. One of the things that, if you in a song, the content of the song is scriptural. And it speaks to you, and God seems to be speaking to you through that. Like that guy that screams, like all of a sudden, even though you're in the worship moment, it totally takes you off. Yeah. Silence can do the same. Okay. Like sudden silence can all of a sudden, snap you out of And
meaning like if everybody else stopped singing and it was just the worship guy singing, you mean?
No, just if the music stopped.
Oh, like in the middle of a song.
You just finished a song, and I know there's usually, again, this is a musical thing, which maybe it's bad or not, but there's usually like a little bit of play out, right? Okay. Instrumentally at the very end of a song, that it doesn't just, amen, and then, and then it's done. Which it's just very jarring because people, and again, part of it's the way we're trained because of the way movies or music in general.
But just to be clear, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not talking about like the worship team just finishing the set and then continuing to play a little bit afterwards. I'm talking about like literally the worship team is been up there and there's no music being played at all. It's done. It's over. Okay. But then when the pastor starts to pray or whatever, at the end or whatever, if it's an altar call or maybe it's just a prayer, maybe it's just praying after the sermon, then the guitar player starts to play an instrumental little tune where it's like, and I'm like, what's the point of that? Like, what are you doing there, I
mean, to me, and I agree, that seems like you're just trying to draw emotion out of people. The only thing I would say that where it might be appropriate is music can create a safe space for people to be less distracted. I know that sounds strange because in some ways music can be a distraction. Sure. And it can evoke emotions, but if it creates a space where people can feel like, okay, this is, and it gives us a cue. And again, this is not necessarily spiritual, but it gives us a cue to like, this is a moment to like pray or whatever. And I don't think that's necessarily wrong. And I do think that it has to be very carefully handled and can be way overdone. And especially when it's like, okay, just right now, I want you to pray and listen to this music. And they're never going to say that, of course.
Pray like you mean it. But what's interesting too is, you know who I don't feel like ever had to deal with this kind of stuff? Like we're talking about, well, how do we handle this and how do we do this? The early church.
The early church.
I don't think they had all this. They didn't have this kind of a structure. They didn't have this, okay, all right, we start singing at 9 and we're done at 9:30 and then we're going to do the sermon and then we got to deal with all these. Well, how does this guy worship? What is this guy doing? What's this, all this kind of stuff, you know?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think Paul did, like we said before, he did talk about orderly worship.
Yeah.
Not necessarily an order of worship. Not
right.
Like,
like a timeline.
The music here, if you can play that little riff, you know.
Right.
But if the main point of that was to honor God and not be and really serve each other by not being a distraction, you know. And if you speak in tongues, you know, there should be an interpreter. It should be done in order, you know, that kind of stuff for sure. So I would say there a little bit of pushback. I think I get what you're saying though, that it wasn't all this.
Yeah.
Ritual and like
right, that's what I'm saying. And even what you just said about tongues and an interpreter, as a quick side note, right? Like you look at Acts 2 is the most prominent historical record of speaking in tongues specifically, right, in the early church. And it says that they all heard their own languages. So why does there need to be an interpretation? Right?
Right.
So what's interesting to me, but then it does say that Peter gave an interpretation, but he didn't translate, right? That's what we've taken that to mean. Okay, somebody just spoke in some gobbledygook language, and we need someone else to mystically, spiritually translate that language into English so we can all get the message. Because God couldn't just speak in English, because that would make too much sense. So instead, he's going to speak in some weird language nobody's ever heard of. Then he's going to use some other person to translate that into English. That's extra steps for me. But anyway, my point is, but what did Peter do? He didn't translate. He explained. He said, no, let me tell you what's happening. These men are not drunk. This is what the prophet Joel said was going to happen. Right? So he explained it. So if you look up that Greek word for interpret, it can mean translate. It definitely can mean translate. I'm not trying to say it can't mean that. But it also can mean explain or explanation. So I tend to use that definition because it fits. Because like I said, why do these people need Peter to translate it into their language? No, because it says they all heard it in their own language, which was the whole point. God reached across the language barrier of all these people that were in Jerusalem at the time, and he said, look, I'm going to speak to you and you're going to hear me. I don't care what language you speak. You're going to hear me in your own language.
Well, and I think we worship a God who does not want confusion, right?
Exactly.
He's not about confusion at all.
Yes.
So why would that be the case? You know, so just go to the thing that makes the most sense.
Thank you.
Which I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
good.
But back to the guitar thing.
Yes.
Prayer. Yes. So the one other spot that I think, and I'd be curious when you're talking about somebody, especially at the end of a sermon, and a guy gets up there and starts doing a riff or whatever.
Right.
Is it? And this is strictly a musical thing, but is it the intro to a song that's about to happen? Okay.
Nope.
See, I don't really...
Nope. It's just playing. I mean, the times I'm talking about is like it's all done.
Right.
Like it's over. Like it's usually just the pastor praying either for the congregation or for whatever it is. Like he's just doing, the sermon's over, the worship service is over, he's getting ready to, say, everybody have a great week, see you later. But he's praying. Like after, this is what it is. After the sermon, right? You don't just say, and that's what John 3:16 means. See you later.
Right.
It's usually, let's pray. Right? You usually close every sermon closes with a prayer. Right? And then there's usually...
Typically, yeah.
Yeah, and then usually there's during the... So I guess in that case, maybe there is going to be some more songs after that.
I mean, that's the part that makes sense to me.
Right.
That you're transitioning back into worship, but...
Could be. That's a good point. But sometimes the prayer is like 4 minutes long, 5 minutes long, and this guy's just playing an instrumental little sappy track that may not even relate.
He's bored. Maybe it's like... Oh my gosh.
I got antsy fingers.
This,
Yeah, I got restless fingers syndrome. I gotta do something.
I will say that playing guitar, it is hard if you're holding your instrument in your hand to not play it.
Yeah.
Even when you're not supposed to.
Yeah. Well, you remember me during practice. You guys would be tuning up. I'm like do 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 do.
I'll have to tell Phil sometimes stop.
Yeah.
And he'll just be practicing a riff or whatever, which is fine.
Yeah. He's over there like Eddie Van Halen.
Sometimes.
Does he still play with you guys? Is he still okay?
Yeah.
Cool. That's awesome.
So yeah, we just rehearsed last night. It was fun.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, that's all I got. You mentioned in the beginning there was a couple things. I don't know if you're kidding or if you're serious.
I addressed the urinal thing.
Oh, that was one of them. Okay. All right.
And
what was the other one?
I think we kind of covered it in politics.
Okay. All right, cool.
Not directly, but that's fine.
All right.
That's okay.
Awesome, man. Good stuff.
So yeah, thank you.
Well, there you go. We went 4 hours, dude.
That was long.
That's hardcore.
It went fast.
It didn't feel long, though, did it?
No, not
yeah,
at all.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't believe that was 4 hours.
Yeah, that's what everybody says, man.
Cool.
Well, thanks, man. Thanks for doing it.
Thanks for the chai tea.
Yeah.
Really good stuff.
Yeah, now you're going to be hooked forever.
Yep.
All right. Stop.
I'll see you at the urinal.
I'm so glad that you chose to take some time out of your schedule to listen to this episode. I hope it was worth it to you. I would love to hear what you think. And I'm not just saying that. I really would love to hear from you. Please send me a message at whycan'twetalkabout at proton.me. Here's a small section of next week's conversation. Well, there's a whole group of people that would say that what you just said right now is wrong and mean.
I know,
because you have no compassion for these poor people. You know.
Yeah, and they would be looking at a very. They're playing chess, and it's just one move that they're talking about.
Right.
They're not talking about the whole game.
Right.
And the moves ahead. They're not thinking about those.
No.
They're just thinking about how a move makes them feel.
Right.
You move that pawn, and you're gleeful now, like woo!
Right. Right.
I did a good thing.
Right.
No.
Until checkmate, and they're like, oh crap.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And it happens in such a slow progressions. That, we're here where we are now, and how do we get here? Well, probably a bunch of those well-meaning people, making decisions that felt good at the time.
Yeah.
They're making decisions even at a personal level to do the thing that feels good.
Yeah.
Isn't always the best move, right?
Right.
And often not. And the more we feed into that dopamine loop, then the fatter we get and the less healthy we get. And and that's the same in government and politics and all this. And to the people that think I'm mean and without empathy, they're just not thoughtful people.
Right.
And they don't know me.